Welcome. I feel like a Harley
On Twitch,
Davidson.
Streamer Lemon says, Play Compile is now live.
Like
Streaming software and game development.
That
Developer
intro.
May Cry. iDLE, Business Sim Minigame. Unity.
Indeed, I agree. I agree with the
Welcome
horse
to
girl.
the Play Compile live
I agree.
stream.
Horse girl is based. You're based today, girl. That is exactly what we're doing. I feel like a Harley Davidson streamer. I don't know what that would be. It sounds way more exciting than this stream. But maybe you're not here to ride around on motorbikes. Maybe you want to make a game. Maybe you want to make a mini game. Maybe you want to make a mini game business simulator in Unity. In that case, you've come to the right place. Or maybe you just want to see what I'm up to today. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm feeling better. My arms are aching less, which is a good sign because they were aching like a bitch yesterday. And I felt I was so depressed because these pills, God, they fuck me up. I gotta take another one though. They fuck me up so badly, and I want to feel like I'm at least, they're at least doing their job. I don't want to have to suffer the what these pills do to me if it's not benefiting me in any way. But this morning I waking up, arms are feeling quite a bit better, at least compared to yesterday. So I'm in high spirits for now. But I do have a confession. I only took 2 of those pills yesterday. I'm supposed to take 3. I was so tired I fell asleep, and I meant to take one, but I fell asleep instead. And then even when I woke up, I forgot to take one. So then when I woke up this morning, I was like, oh shit, I only took. But then I thought, wait, but my arms feel better. So I don't know, maybe we don't always need to take 3. I don't know. Anyway, alright, so where are we up to with this? We're doing okay. We're moving on to acquisitions, which is our second type of game mode. So, just to summarise, in case you've not seen any of the other ones or whatever. So the way this is going to work is basically, it's a business simulator, and there are 4 stages. So the first stage is discover. So you must first discover a material that you can farm. So we'll call it gathering. So once you've discovered a material, you can then gather said
On
material.
YouTube, Maxin Edit Z says, HII Brew.
HII Brew 2, how's it going? So first you must discover said material. Then once you've discovered said material, you can then gather said material. Then once you've gathered said materials, you can craft. I think I've called it manufacturing, but it's crafting. You make a product. So you craft a product with said materials. And then once you've crafted your products, you can sell your products. So that's what these things are here. So I think discovery is done, but discovery is a different type of task. So the reason this is a little bit strange is discover tasks are unique in that they're one time only. So let's just say OTO, one time only. So you can only discover a material once, and you either pass or fail, right? You either put in the amount of time required to discover the material, or you don't. So that's like a very different type of task. Whereas these other tasks are repeatable, right? So they have no set amount of time. They will last depending on your resources. So what are the resources required for these tasks? Well, first of all, you have a worker with a battery level. So a worker's battery. Shy Susie here, who I just hired, lasts 1 hour and 56 minutes. So this task will likely run for 1 hour and 56 minutes. Yeah, see, each one of these is kind of slightly different. So we're on gathering now. So what we can say about gathering is the only other requirements for life is battery. But whereas, see, obviously crafting and selling is different. Crafting depends on both battery and the materials, and then products requires just the amount of products. So you can see how these are they're going to work slightly differently, right? So anyway, so I was about to try this new one, but we've got 2 issues to deal with. So first of all, we're getting a null reference here that I need to deal with. But first of all, I managed to cheat in my own game, which is bad. both good and bad, because I needed to hire more workers so that I could test this second slot. So it was good in that I was allowed to cheat so I can test it, but it was bad because I could have been a normal player and I could have just gone to this value here. Where is player data? Alliance. So if you were, because this is going to be a WebGL game, if you went into the developer console and you just gave yourself more money, well, now you've got loads of money, you don't even need to play the game, right? So what I need to first do is implement a server check to make sure that that value there lines up with what's stored on the server, because right now I was able to just hire 4 more bots and I shouldn't have been able to because my funds were actually at 0. But I'm going to leave myself, before I implement that, I'm going to leave myself with a little bit of dev testing money, because I might need some funds just for testing. So let's take advantage of this loophole for now, but let's patch that loophole. So where does that happen? So when we hire a worker, it happens in this script here, which is our staff section. So if I click staff, worker bots for hire. Oh, that's not resetting as well. That's another thing we need to fix. So let's go over to this one. Okay, we got a second issue. Null reference on line 375 of all task slot UI. Line 375 on all task slot UI. UI, close enough. Okay, and now we've got a third issue, is that staff view not resetting back to home state. Alright, so we need to, let's thid issue. Okay, forget about numbering these, because numbering them makes no sense. Let's just deal with them in a logical order. So we want to implement the server check and the staff view change, because these both belong to the same feature, whereas that's a different feature. So we want to do these two together. This one's the easiest one to fix. So we're going to start with this one. Staff view not resetting back to the home state. So if we go back to our staff script, if I can find it. Where the hell is that? Staff. All staff UI. Okay. So alls that we need to do is we could have a on enable, or we could have an on disable that does this. Probably just do an on enable is probably better. Yeah, we don't currently have one, so we can add one. So we just want to add a void on enable, which resets the view. Why does that look weird? Oh, because I'm an idiot, that's why. There we go. Alright. Well, we do have one. Okay, we do have one. Okay, we do have a function called update home. Update home is for each always worker total higher. Worker daily cost higher. Okay, yeah, what that's doing is it's updating this here. It's saying how much staff do we have and what's the total daily cost hire, just so we have a summary on what this stuff is costing us and how many staff we already currently on. So what we also want to do is, if we look at the way panel staff has been organized, we have a panel view, which is view staff. We have a panel hire, which is hire staff. And we have a panel home, which is the page that we want to show. So let's see. We should have some button wiring on home. Just close hiring for now. Right, so we have a button hire and our button view. The issue is that I didn't implement a home button for this specific layer. But this is like the home button that takes you all the way back to the beginning of the whole thing. So I think that's probably fine. It's just that if you look at like the layout, the reason why is if I go into higher stuff, let's say, I've kind of run out of room. Kind of. I could just put a little back button here or something, I guess. But I feel like it's kind of unnecessary, as long as I remember to reset the view when we go back in, which I obviously forgot to do. So that's what we're doing now. Okay, so we can put it in this update home section. So all we want to do is we want to say, is button home linked? Panel home, panel hearing, panel view. Yeah, they've all got their own names. So essentially what we want to do is we want to say panel view set active to false. We want a panel higher set active to false, and we want panel home set active to true, and that will just reset everything back to the kind of main menu view thing that we were just looking at. Okay, so we just fixed that bug right there. So we'll just nudge that along so we can confirm it's fixed. No server check when hiring workers. Too easy to cheat, which gives you fake funds. So if I go back to the want to hire, that shows me... Why is that not working? Is that not on all staff? Where is that? Entire solution. Alright, okay, so we actually call a public function on Alliance Progress. So Alliance Progress... it's probably the best place to do the check, to be honest, because this is the script that loads and saves server data. So it could be good to have a function. So the best way to handle something like this, so you'll see what I've done is I've just asked, is the local variable of funds, which is the thing that I was just showing there, right? The thing that's dead easy to hack. Is that equal to or greater than the daily hire cost? If it is, then go ahead and hire the worker. The problem is it's way too easy to fuck with this value, so we need to first do a server check. So best thing to do is to implement like a function called validate funds. Okay, so what we'll do is validate, let's call it validate spend. Validate spend. And then what that's going to take is an amount of money that the player is about to spend. And then what we'll do is we'll make this a bool. So what we'll do is we'll set that up as a bool. We'll say is valid equals validate spend type daily hire cost. And then we can add an extra check in here that says make sure it's also valid. So the funds need to be adequate, and also these funds need to be validated. Okay, so now we can add this validate spend function into this script. So let's do that. So if we just scroll down to the bottom, we want a public function. It's a public bool called validate spend, and it's going to take an integer of amount. Okay, so what we need to do is return a bool. So let's set that up. Validated. So we'll start off by setting that as false. Return validated. Okay, so that's now a self-contained function. But now we need our logic to actually ensure that the funds are valid. So what we can basically do is, rather than reload all of the server data, we have separate key vals. So a key val is a little bit like a table in a database, kind of, or a column in a database. So it's essentially a key, which is like, you could think of that as like a column, and a val, which would be the row, the entry in the database, kind of. And what we do is we do a delimited split function on it. So if you've ever exported like an Excel spreadsheet or whatever to CSV, CSV stands for comma separated value. So what you'll see is all your numbers will be in there and they'll be separated by commas. So you know that this is entry 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5. That's basically what we're doing here on our progress table. So if we take a look at the current documents load server function, server load function, you can see here that we make a call to system player data load string, align stock. So this is our key, and then we have the value within there. So what we do is we split it into sections, and this is one of our delimiters, and then we pass out each separated value. So this one would be 0, so 0 is XP. This one would be 1, which is funds. That's the one we want to check. So we literally only need a function to go as far as position 1. So we can copy this, which server load does, to give us the very basics of what we need to do. Because we don't want to, like I said, we don't want to pull the whole data. Because this function goes on for a while, right? It's checking everything. It tracks maths, it tracks progress, it tracks everything stock. We don't want all that. We just want to validate the funds. So, okay, we're going to start by getting the data from the player data load string request. Did I overwrite my... Okay, the reason why is because that closed that loop there, and that should be there. That's why it's complaining. No. It wants an extra one. Wait. No, it doesn't. So why is that not happy? It wants to be there, that's why. Okay, we can forget about these because obviously we already loaded player data from the server. Right, why is this not happy? Right, this is not happy because it's not an async. Nah, can you not have an async bool? I don't think it's an async bool. I think it ends up being a task bool or some shit. Yeah, I think you have to set it up as a task. Normally it helps me with that. What the fuck? How do we do that? So it's an async task of type bool. Task of type bool. There we go. Okay. So now we're looking at bool validated equals false. String get data is a wait for player data to make the cloud safe query and return the string to us. Then we're going to split. So let's just say split data here wants to equal get data dot split. Wait, we lost some shit in here though, right? Wasn't our first split at the vertical bar? Let me check my debug logs. Okay, I'm just going to go to my debug logs real quick. My debug logs are not open. Let's open them. Okay, there's my debug logs. Take me to the bottom. Take me to the bottom. So while I'm building this, I'm kind of just spitting out all the values, which I wouldn't normally do, but this is actually helping me right now, so I'm glad I am. So we're looking for alliance. What is the key again? Alliance stock. Alliance stock contains funds. Have I got 55,000 currency? Yes, I do. Yeah, okay, aligned stock is the right one. Okay, so if we take a look at this data, let's take a look at this data. So this is currently what our alliance stock looks like. So our value is there. Okay, so now we can start to see where the separations begin. So we want this value here. So we do want to split with a comma, and we want value position 1. So get data split data is get data split. Okay, and then literally all we need to do is int get server funds equals system convert to integer 32 because it's actually a string currently, and we want position 1 of split data. Now that can throw an error if something unexpected happens, which it shouldn't. So it might be a good idea to put that in a try catch. Just to be extra safe. Okay, so we're going to try, actually if we're putting that in a try catch, we need access to the int of get server funds, so we need to declare the int up here outside of the try catch. We'll set it as -1, and then we'll just set it there. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to validate to make sure the amount is correct. So we want to say if get server funds is equal to or greater than the amount that we're trying to spend, then we can set validated to true. I think I did that wrong way around. There we go. Alright, so there's our nice neat little function. So now we have a function we can reuse whenever we want. We can pass this function an amount of money that the player intends to spend, and we can quickly do a server check to make sure that the player actually does have enough funds. That way, if the player fucks with this value here, well, nope, it's not going to be that easy, mate. We're not just going to let you buy. Right? It would be like saying honest salesperson, honest estate agent, I have 6 billion in the bank, so please sell me this mansion right now without ever doing any checks, right? Like, let me just check to make sure you actually have that money, right? It's like, well, he said he had the money, so I just gave him the house, right? Like, nobody would ever do that, so we're not going to do that in our video game either. We're not just going to trust the client when they say they have enough money, because people lie. And in order to fuck with the data on the server, they'd have to start hacking servers and getting around all kinds of security things. And if you're gonna go that far, well, you can just and what would be the point, right? It ruins the game anyway. But people will cheat. But now it's saying, now it's saying validate spend. It's saying, can I explicitly convert type? Oh, is it because we need to await? You can await a task, right? But then that would need to be an async. There we go, fixed it. All right, so we can check, we can test this now. So if we come out of the, so we fixed 2 things. Let's go back to our list of things to do. We just did those 2 things there. So we should now have staff view resetting. Wow! We should now have staff view resetting whenever we go back to staff if we were in a different page previously. And we should also not be allowed to cheat and just buy things willy-nilly. To really test that though, I guess I would have to drain my player account on the server. We probably should. It's probably worth testing it, right? Okay, so let's go to Unity dashboard. Unity dashboard, Unity day. Do I want to dox myself? Probably not. Where's my games and shit? What the fuck? Why am I here? Like, not just show me. This is not the normal view that I'm normally looking at. What the fuck is this? How do I get to my games and shit? What is this? I want cloud. Did they change it or something? What am I looking at? That's the wrong, I went to the wrong dashboard, I think. It's alright, I'm leaving, yeah, here we are. I'm leaving Unity soon anyway, so this is going to be my last game in Unity, I think. So, and I've built my own API that replaces all of this, so it's almost finished. So this is the point where I would normally rage at how bad their interface and stuff is, but it's not going to matter much longer, so whatever. Player data, cloud save. I need to recognize my Unity ID now. It begins with a Z. That's all I remember. Begins with a Z. It said something. Logged in as... Oh, for fuck's sake. Is that case sensitive? There it is. ZC2 ZC2 ick. I definitely give the ick. Z2C ick. And you need to what's the word? You need to emit. Is emit radiate? You need to radiate a lot of ick. That way it keeps the girls aware. And by keeping the girls aware, it gives you lots of time to work on stuff. Because girls eat your time and money and other things. So I wouldn't be able to do any of this. So we don't have time for those. As lovely as they are, we don't have time for any of that. Alright, so Alliance email, Alliance mats, stock, work. Honestly, probably more trouble than it's worth anyway in the long term. What am I doing? Alliance email, Alliance mats, Alliance stock, Alliance work. So we are looking at Alliance stock. There's our funds there. So I'm just gonna make myself skinned so that I can test this. So we want to change 55000 to 0. There we go. So now when I load the game, I should be broke again because it's pulling that number off the server. Why didn't I get a drink while I was downstairs? Like one of my juice drinks. Completed. Our discovery task completed. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, I am at 0. So this worked before anyway. If we go to staff and we try to hire some more staff right now, you'll see the daily hire cost is 600, 800, whatever. Let's try and hire a transformed head. It will say you do not have enough funds to cover the daily hire cost. So game says no, I cannot hire Ted because I don't have enough money. But this is where it was easy to cheat before. It was easy to cheat if I was to go into the developer console or something and find this value and then just change it and give myself 9 grand. This is before. This is where it was like, yeah, okay, you've got 9 grand, and it just gave me the bot. So if we try to hire transformer Ted now, it should still say you do not have enough funds. I might make it so that this, yeah, actually, well, anyway, let's test that. So even though it says we've got 9 grand, it didn't go through because we did the validation check. So, but what I think I'll do is when it does the validation check, I think I'll just update this value as well, so the player can see, aha, we took that cheat money off you, right? And then we just kind of resync that value. So that's perfect. So now we just need to call that function now before the player spends any money in the game, and then we can just instantly check whether they actually have enough money or not. So in order to complete that hiring purchase right now, I would actually need to be on the server and changing that value on the server. It's fine. I'm not even going to do it. Right, so the next thing we did is we made it so that if we could come out of here, even though we left hiring workers open, if we go back to staff now, it should reset back to the home view. There we go. So that's the first 2 bugs perfectly fixed. Our second bug is still in here though. Our third bug rather. So those are done now, which was our null reference on line 375 of all task slot UI. Yeah, that one's a little bit trickier, and it boils down to the different task types and how they function differently. What I've done is I've made an overall task slot that applies to all task types, but I need to nest out the differences between each. So if I try to, there you go, as soon as I auto So it's at the moment that I auto assign a worker into that slot, I get the null reference on string duration, assign task, get task duration. Now the thing that's null is the assigned task. But I think assigned task should be null at this point. I don't know. Let me check research. Let me go back to research. Is it null on research as we assign bots? Or is it not null on research as we assign bots? So let's take these workers out of their slots. Okay, these bots will now charge. It tells me how long they'll take to fully charge. Okay, so now our slots are null. So now let's just do the same thing over here. Yeah, we don't get a null reference there, so I'm guessing that on research slot A... No! Assigned task is not assigned. Okay. Okay, it's because I can see it right here. It's because we have an if statement for discover, but we don't have anything for... Then we just say else. Okay, so what are the assumptions we made here? The assumptions we made here is if it's a discovery task, our duration is a set amount of time. Yeah, so I can explain what's happening at this moment. So here's what's meant to happen. So you'll see here that because each task is different, for research tasks, I have to show the player not only the life of the robot's battery, but also how long this task will take. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? Research tasks take a set amount of time because you're discovering a material. So we can see that it takes 35 minutes to discover bandwidth level 1. So that way you can see whether the robot has enough battery or not, and we can do the validation checks as well, right? But other tasks don't work like that, because other tasks are repeatable tasks that depend on the player's resources. So we basically summed it up here, right? So discovery task, we can say, is set task time, right? So it takes X amount of time to discover Y material. Gathering will run as long as the battery lasts. So if we go back to our gathering, yeah, our task will run as long as Shy Susie's battery runs for. So she will gather, farm, acquisition, whatever you want to call it. She will acquire compute level 1s, or whatever we tell her to go and get, for a total of 1 hour and 18 minutes. And at that point, a battery is going to run out. So then it's up to you to assign somebody else. So... I'm trying to understand what's happening. So we call get task duration on the assigned task. The problem is there is no task assigned. The task assigned gets locked in when the task starts. So the problem is, it's like the chicken and the egg situation, right? We're trying to cook the chicken before its eggs being laid by its parent, kind of, right? We're trying to do things in the wrong order. We're trying to get a task duration off the task before we have a task, necessarily. Right, so if the slot that we are currently on is a gathering type of slot, then it needs to work exactly like we've said here. We need to simply, and we were already doing this here, we already show the amount of time that the robot has. So we can copy this. Well, we were already doing it in the previous code that I deleted already. Actually. Right, so there is no calculate required time because there is no required time for this kind of thing. So text progress.text should show the amount of time. So let's work backwards. So text progress.text should equal total task time goes here. So this is what we want. We work backwards, right? What do we want this to say? So we want this to say the total task time. What else are we doing in this code? So there is no required time for the task. We want to set txt task.text to the material name. Well, that much is still true. That's true here too. Also, this still says new material discover task, but I need to change that in the inspector. That's because I have two ins in inspector. In inspector. In inspector. Okay, so we still show the material name that we are gathering. We still want the total task time to go there, but the total task time is this here. Well, no, that checks to make sure that the worker has enough lifetime. You know what I actually need? I actually need that code back that I just had a second ago. Fuck, because I can't remember what the helper function was that we used. Well, we said it was something like assigned task worker get total task time or something, but because we don't have a task, is that on task type though? I kind of need to see what that said, and I'm an idiot and I deleted it. Let me just go and grab that from a backup real quick so I can see what it actually was, because obviously, like, I've been all over the place, so I don't quite remember what that function was and how it was set up. But if I just grab the previous version real quick, I'll see what it was. So server farm, all task slot UI. Shut up. Okay. And which function are we in right now? show duration. Okay, so we're inside of our own internal helper of show duration, which looked like this. Right, this is what we were doing before. So what we were doing before to get the duration of the worker robot. Well, how was that working if we didn't have a task? That doesn't make sense unless we were doing it above this. Are we already doing it up here? What? We were null referencing here. And to be fair, txt progress.text was not updating because we were null referencing here. And we were null referencing here because we didn't have an assigned task. Which makes sense. The thing I'm struggling to understand is how are we getting this? Because txt worker... Where's txt worker? Txt worker is being updated with the lifetime battery of Shy Susie. Where is that happening? Because that's for gathering tasks, that is the length of the task. Because the only thing that we rely on is the battery of the worker. So whatever the battery of the worker is, that is the length of the task. But here's the thing, right? We only change txt worker on discovery tasks, and we only change the color. But we weren't meeting this condition here, so it wasn't happening there. We must do it before we call this function, I think. Okay, I need to path trace this out. I need to trace this back. So what calls show duration? Let's find out. Let's go backwards. What calls show duration? Because this happens when we click the auto assign worker button, basically. We call show duration on drop down change as well. Well, I haven't changed the drop down yet, so let's not worry about that yet, because I haven't actually done that yet. So it would have been assign worker. So as we come through assign worker, there it is. Yeah, okay, so it happens in assign worker. Okay, so this value here, battery remain, yeah, so we could just get it directly off worker then, right? Worker.time remain. But I think time remain, well, yeah, time remain would be a string anyway, but we want to show the string. Yeah, that's fine. So we can just get it off worker.time remain then. That should be fine. So this assigned worker time remain, and we do have assigned worker at this point, don't we? I hope. Yes, we do. Okay, perfect. So it should be as simple as that then, because the only thing we care about is that the only thing we want to update. The only thing we care about is the material displaying here, the battery displaying next to the bot, which is already happening before we call this function, and then the task duration. And that will also stop the null reference from happening. Okay, so let's test that. I think that's correct. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the only thing I forgot to do is if I go into let me just open this. Close home. We don't need to close home, we'll just open acquisition. And these here still say new material discovery tasks. So on each slot, I think we're looking at rows, aren't we? Task type. Yeah. Rows task type. There we go. This is a farm acquire material task, I guess. Yeah, acquire material task. There we go. That's fine, we can collapse those. We can collapse the slots. Close acquisition. Done with that. Actually, let's leave acquisition open just so we know where we're working. It makes it easier to find things. Save. Run. Yeah, now I think that's perfect. So as we do the different task types, that there's going to be slightly different calculations, because obviously, so we did this, that's done. Because when it comes to crafting the product, we need to check battery and mats. We have a function already on task that allows us to do this. So the tricky part here is because we don't have a task to query. This is where I'll need... This is what I was trying to do here. So this is what I was trying to do here, because I created a helper function. Where is it? Get task duration. But the problem is, again, it's a chicken and an egg situation. So we might, there's a few ways of, I think here's what we do. Get task duration is a helper that is meant to show the player how long a task will run for as they're assigning a task. So I think it's on the wrong class. So I think rather than put it on a task, we don't create a task until we start a task. But we might not want to start a task because the task might not be what the player wants. The player might see how long the task takes and then decide not to go ahead with the task. So it's a chicken and egg situation. There are two ways to solve it. We either temporarily create a task so that we can give the task duration to the player, and then keep that task around if the player goes with it, or just delete it if the player changes their mind. But that's clunky at best, and also it's the wrong place to put that, because tasks are inherited from task type. So you could think of task type as the blueprint or the prefab, right? This is the data that is game data, then becomes play data. So you could think of this as the instance of this, right? So task type is the blueprint, and task is derived from task type. So we're trying to put the helper function here, but we haven't got that far yet because the player hasn't instantiated one of these. So the solution is, I think, is to move the helper move helper function get task duration from task to task type.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about
Okay.
I tell you a joke?
Go on then.
What do you call someone with no body and no nose? Nobody knows.
I am so sorry. If you're missing a nose or a body, I'm so sorry. That's offensive. You can't say that. We shouldn't be making fun of people with no body and no nose. That's very offensive. Trying to get me banned? Right, okay. Okay, right, so, can't take her anywhere. Right. So let me just, last final sanity check. I also want to make sure that acquisition tasks are actually working, because this is my first time actually setting one up. And we need to make sure that we are increasing stock. I don't even think I have code to handle that yet. No, wait, I do. I have a incomplete. Okay, so let's assign Susie. We want to farm some compute level 1s, farm some social data sets, compute level 2s, cybersecurity data set. Okay, can we actually start these tasks? It instantly completed. Okay, that's a bug. Forcing completion of acquire compute. Task safety. If timer says we're done, but the task is still active, force completion to avoid stuck at 0. Oh my god. Okay, that is not good. Did it delete the instance as well? So I lost all record. Oh my god. It's fine. I expected there to be issues because this is our first time running this type of task type. Oh my god, I have so much shit all over the place. There's my workers, there's my tasks. Right, acquire compute level 1 is still in the inspector, so we can see what it looked like. Okay, so the issue is it's been marked as completed as we tried to start it. Target units is set to 0. Total task time is also set to 0. So let's see what we're doing as we click the start button on all task slot UI. Click start. That's to lock drop downs. Started task with battery task time. Do we have that in our debug.log? No. Which would suggest... Oh, wait. This is the assigned worker.txt. Yeah, these are going as separate files. That doesn't go to normal debug.log. So what's this robot called? Shy Susie. So Shy Susie should have her own debug.log. There she is. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so Shy Susie reported that she started a task of acquire compute level 1 with battery 2252 and the task time came back as 0. Which is probably why it auto-completed. So task time is saying it's assigned task dot total task time. So total task time is coming back as 0. So what normally... God, this thing is so convoluted. What normally calculates total task time? Well, I think when we call task.startTask, this is where we can make that magic happen. So start task equals date UTC now. Total blocks required equals target units times task type dot block cost. Okay. But target units... I think we were manually setting that in slot UI for gather. Yeah?
I've got a rule out for tomorrow. I'm not going over till in the morning. What do you want for your pudding tomorrow? I'm doing roast beef by the way tomorrow.
I don't know. Just get us I don't know.
Again.
No, just get us some, like, I don't know, toffee donuts or something like that. Toffee donuts.
Toffee donuts? I have toffee donuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get you some donuts and cream and onion.
I don't really like the cream ones. Just the normally, if you go, you know where all the things are around. They normally have like a stand with the fancy ones on. You know, like Cadbury's caramel or whatever. They'll have like a donuts thing like that.
Then,
yeah, anything like that. I reckon.
I don't know what you like. I mean, you keep really changing your mind.
I never change my mind. I only like a few things.
Well, I mean that. Oh, wait, what?
Never change my mind. Right. So we assign target units. I'm just gonna search for it. I can't fucking find it. It's gotta be in here somewhere. Ah, here we go. 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 So we set the target units to the maximum possible number of units depending on the worker's battery. So this is probably where I'm going to need a helper function, I would think. Could probably put it. I might get GPT to help me with this. See, here's the thing, right? I already have a helper function which does this one. Which was but that was a maximum task duration. Let's take a look at this helper function, get task duration. I think I'm just gonna, right, let me just feed some stuff to GPT. Okay. One product crafted until worker battery drains or material A or material B runs out from stock. Selling one product sold until worker battery drains or product stock runs out. Will continue selling new products as they are added to stock by crafters. Must auto restart as stock comes in. So I'm nesting this at the UI start task part. I currently have a helper function which shows the player the duration of the task at current levels prior to starting it. Which is the get task duration. But how am I doing that on task before we start the task? Yeah, well, that's why I think this needs to be on task type. Also, I'm going to rip this out of here because not only do I want to remove it, I'm also curious, am I currently using that helper function anywhere? Is this going to break something now? No, I didn't think it would. Because it didn't make sense that it was on that class in the first place. This needs to be on all task type. Okay, so all task type is where this needs to be. But that breaks it significantly. So this would just be if mode now. Yeah, because task type was this parent class from the child level. So now we just get rid of all task type references. But wait, now I can't find product. Product's there though. Can't use product before it's declared. What? I don't know why it's saying product isn't declared. What do you mean product's not declared? It's right there. Public all product. Product. Cannot use local variable product before it is declared. What are you talking about? It's literally right there. What am I missing? See, this helper doesn't make sense on task type. Okay, we're not using this helper anyway, so we'll get GPT to construct the solution for us. Okay. Before the player starts the task, however, I want to be able to show the player the current task duration based on current battery stock, mass, etc. to help what is the word I'm looking for? To help players make a decision, to help Before the player starts the task, however, I want to be able to show the player the current task duration based on current battery, stock, mats, etc. Before they commit to starting it. I did have a helper function on task, but this made no sense since task is inherited from task type and is only instantiated once the player starts a worker on one. It makes more sense to place the helper on task type which is essentially a blueprint for a player instance of a task. Sometimes I feel like the amount of time I spend explaining it to the AI, I probably could have just fucking solved it myself. That's not what I meant to open. Where's all task? Oh, I'm getting annoyed. Okay. Come up here, you little bastard. See, there's the problem with this helper function, like I said, is we don't have a task. We essentially don't have a task yet. So my problem is if I move this onto task type, we don't have what am I looking for? I swear to God, I am going out of my mind. This thing was accessing, what the fuck is it even called again? target units. This thing was looking for target units when I put it on the task type script. But unless I'm blind, I just don't see it anywhere. Am I going insane? Target units. I could have swore it was looking for target units. Okay, now I'm genuinely going out of my mind. Let me try this again. I'm getting so fucking lost. Right, there's the helper function from the old task, which makes no sense being on task. It needs to be on task type. But the problem is, if I try to just stick it on task type, yeah, target units there. I just searched for that and it didn't find it. What? But where is it? No, they're target units. So target units would be on a task, but we don't have a task yet. Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to explain to Jibbity. Because to be fair, Jibbity wrote that helper, so if it got me in this mess, it can get me out of it. Probably not, but we can pray and hope. Okay, so we essentially don't have a task yet. So my problem is, if I move this onto task type, we don't have target units on this class. This belongs to the player's instance of class, but we still need to know the maximum target units when the task is started. So how can I how should I structure my helpers to 1, show task duration prior to start, and 2, get target units as task is starting. I feel like I kind of need to show it both classes. Okay, here's task type. Task is quite big though. Here's oh my god, here's task. It's only 280 lines, not too bad. Okay, can you help me optimize this flow for my iDLE Unity minigame? There are 4 task types: discovery, gathering, crafting, and selling. Discovery: 1 material is discovered with set amount of effort blocks 1 time only. Gathering: 1 material farmed per effort cost until worker battery runs out. Crafting: 1 product crafted until worker battery drains or material A or material B runs out from stock. Selling: 1 product sold until worker battery drains or product stock runs out. We'll continue selling new products as they are added to stock by crafters. So I'm nesting this at the UI start task part. Before the player starts the task, however, I want to be able to show the player the current task duration based on current battery stock, mats, etc. before they commit to starting it. I did have a helper function on task, but this made no sense since task is inherited from task type and is only instantiated once the player starts a worker on one. It makes more sense to place the helper on task type, which is essentially a blueprint for a player instance of a task. This is the old helper function, redundant. We essentially don't have a task yet, so my problem is if I move this onto task type, we don't have target units on this class. This belongs to the player's instance on class, which hasn't been created yet. But we still need to know the maximum target units when the task is started. So how should I structure my helpers to 1. Show task duration prior to start, 2. Get target units as task is starting. Here's task type and here's task. Alright, let's see what it gets me. You know what else I've done? I've boycotted. I genuinely have. See, I liked GPT-5 when it first came out. It was really good. It was so much better than 4. But it has been getting, for me, it's been getting regressively worse and worse and worse every day since it came out. And like last night, it was just absolute. It was like talking to a fucking brick wall. So I actually decided I'm boycotting GPT-5 for now. And I'm going to use GPT 4.1. I think. Although there is 5 with reasoning, apparently. I could try 5 with reasoning. Let's just try 4.1. Let's see what it says. Great question. You're on the right track with wanting to move the helper logic to task type, the blueprint. But you need to pass in enough context, worker, current stock, etc. to calculate the max units and duration before a task instance exists. Let's break down the core requirements and then provide a clean, extensible solution. What you need: show task duration before start. You need a helper on task type that, given a worker and current stock, can calculate the maximum units and duration. Set target units when starting. You need to use the same logic to set target units on the new task instance. How to structure this: A. Move calculation logic to task type. Add a helper to task type that calculates the maximum units and duration given a worker and current stock. Do not rely on target units being present. Instead, return both max units and duration as a struct or tuple. Tuple. Tuple is what people say in England if they're like, they want to get drunk or whatever. They'll be like, oh, should we have a little... Oh no, that's a tipple. Okay, it was close to a tuple, but not quite a tuple. Okay, yeah, that's a tipple. Sorry, I'm not really a drinker. Why is it creating... Oh, man. Why are we creating a public struct? Really? Why are we doing that? And we're calling it task preview. I don't know, I'm not liking this answer already. I'm not liking this. So it wants to create a public task preview, get task preview, all worker aligns progress. Does this work? It thinks there's a class called Alliance Progress. What? There isn't. What do you think progress is? What does it think progress is? So this is trying to query the player's stock, I think. Okay, so if it wants access to progress... Okay, so here's what we need to do. We need a system equals game object find core get component system. And if it wants progress, what it actually wants is all... Shit. Actually, what is that? All progress. All progress would be progress, I guess. Equals system alliance progress. Okay, fair enough. I'm still confused. Why did we need this? Why did we need this? Let's make sure the logic makes sense. So discover the maximum units is 1. Total seconds is block cost times worker type effort time. Case mode's gathering. Max units is maximum blocks by battery divided by block cost. Total seconds equals max units times block cost times worker type effort time. Okay. So when starting a task, I can say var preview task type. Let's have a look. Yeah, also like I don't want this thing in fucking seconds. If it works, fair enough. So I would say var preview, and we send assigned worker Oh yeah, because yeah, I don't send it progress because progress is always fucking progress. So I actually streamlined that. So now it's just send the assigned worker to the task. But does that make sense? I guess so, because if we think about it, the only variable that changes in these calculations would be the worker's battery, right? Because materials are materials. They go from player stock. Products are products that also come from player stock. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. Is total task time meant to be in seconds? Also, can we just say that 4.1... So, okay, I didn't like the way it was structuring that at first. Or I didn't think I did. But it's actually... I think it's actually fucking nailed it. I think it's actually nailed it. And did you see how instantly it responded? But I preferred GPT-5 when it first came out. It was so much better. It was really, really good. I was actually blown away by how good it was. Then everybody on the internet was crying that it sucked. And I was like, what? What are you about? It's brilliant. It's amazing. And then I feel like they've been changing it and changing it and changing it because people are crying about it. And then the opposite's happened for me. It went from being amazing to now it's so fucking dog shit. I don't even want to use it. If they just left it alone, honestly, I was having a fucking blast with it. It was so good. But now I've actually boycotted it from my fucking list of models. And yeah, I gotta say, this is way better. You can add a helper to format seconds, hours, minutes, so format duration. Well, first of all, let me just take a look and see what task is. Total task time supposed to be the number of seconds. This thing is so convoluted at this point. I'm so fucking confused. Yeah, it's a public double total task time in seconds. So as we call start task, what does start task want? It sets task started to date time UTC now. Total blocks required is target units times task type dot block cost. Total task time is total blocks required times worker effort time task finish. So yeah, I think that should be enough to get the task running correctly. What's clever about that is actually insanely clever, you know, what it just came up with. I swear to God, last night's GPT-5 would not have come up with such a clean solution. You know why the solution's so clean as well? Is because if we look at it, we don't need to filter it here at all, because the helper function itself takes a look at its own task type. But wait, where is it getting task type from? I'm still confused. I suppose it knows its task type. Yeah, so that, yeah, task.task type equals task type. Yeah, so we don't even have to say if it's this, it's this. Like, if you think about how fucking clean that is, I can barely believe how that is actually an amazingly good solution. Because if you look at this code now, this is a risk, but I'm doing it. I think we can just do that. We don't even need to if statement it out anymore, because we're going to call that function on the task type itself. The task type's function will figure out what task type it is automatically and has that case switch thing, so that our target units and our total task time is automatically set by the helper function based on its own task type recognition. Like that, oh my god, like that solution that it just gave me is actually fucking amazing. I'm actually kind of blown away, actually. At first, when I saw that it was like, cause sometimes I feel like this is kind of over designing. Like, why do you want to put it in its own little public struct and stuff? But you know what? I think it's probably fine. So, at what point were we showing the total task time?
Piker QuickTime 787 says, "Hi."
Hello, Pika. Long time no see. Yeah, my stream's all over the place because I'm still on that medication and things are a bit crazy right now. I have been streaming, but only as much as I can, and I don't think we've caught each other. How are you? So now I also need to figure out where we were showing. Where were we showing the total task time?
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? Cashier, would you like the milk in a bag, sir? Dad, no, just leave it in the carton. This week Figapture has been in overdrive and I can't believe you got her outfit too.
I told you you don't believe me. Do you believe me now that it's easy as hell to get bloody characters in Tower of Fantasy? And I failed. You saw me fail the 50-50 as well.
I'm doing okay tonight, thanks for asking.
I mean, yeah, admittedly, I wouldn't have been able to get the outfit if it would have made me go all the way to pity again. But yeah, I find that game super easy to get. Pretty much anybody that you want. String debug output file. He goes, okay. I think we'll leave that for now. Right, here it was, the show duration. Okay, so let's see if it can.
Piper QuickTime 787 asks, did you hear that Duet Night Abyss gave rid of the Gacha and Hoyoverus announced a new Hawkeye game this week too?
No, I haven't seen any of that. I haven't seen a whole lot of things, to be honest. That is really clean. And I no longer need to separate the types at the UI level.
Duet Night Abyss has a date of October 28, 2025 now for the launch.
I need that helper added though. October 28th. I don't even know what it is. It's even going to be my kind of thing. I know it's been all over YouTube. I don't even really know what it is. I can't keep up. There's too many fucking gacha games going on. I'll probably try it when it comes up. I don't. It isn't on my list of like, oh, I'm so excited for this. So there's probably a reason for that. I probably looked at it at some point and thought, might not be my kind of thing. Okay. Okay. That is really clean, and I no longer need to separate the types at the UI level. I also added the helper function. Can you show me how to restructure? Okay, let's put that underneath. So here's where I'm currently showing duration. I also had added the helper function. Can you show me how to restructure this for the new?
For Genshin, the special program went live last night and the 3 codes are now released from it, so be prepared for Genshin version Luna 1.
Alright, let's see it. Okay. Absolutely. See, 4.1, I think 4.1 all the way. Absolutely. With your new Get Task Preview helper on all task type, you can unify your UI logic and avoid duplicating calculation code for each task type. Here's how you can restructure your show duration method to use the new helper. So now we can just say show duration, var preview, task type, assigned worker. Okay. I think it's fucking nailed it. I think it's absolutely nailed it. That's just format duration. I think that's lowercase task type. All task type equals null. It thinks get task preview. Oh, it's because it has one thing now, that's why. Holy shit, that's clean. Okay, let's test it. That seems really, really clean. Holy shit. GPT-4 is... I think GPT-4 is the way to go for now, until they fix fucking 5. Alright, so we have a completed... It farmed some tasks. I wonder if that all worked. I haven't even finished the stock UI yet, though, I don't think. So I can't even see what stock I have of things. Also, I need icons for these things. I don't... Oh, shit, that's true.
In Global TOF I got Lechesis too and got her 2-piece as well.
You also got her in her outfit. See, I told you it's easy to get characters in that game. You didn't believe me. Yeah, I think it's like the easiest gacha game to get characters in. And sometimes you have to wait for a rerun, but they rerun characters so quickly that it's not difficult to just pick somebody up on a rerun. I'm not saying you can get every character in the game, but as long as you're not like, you know... I mean, I probably have like... I have every character that I want, except the only one I don't have is Lynx. The paint girl, the Splatoon girl, who was rerun recently, like she was on the last rerun, but I didn't want to risk losing my nurse, so instead I got Nurse and Nurse's outfit, and I'll just pick Lynx up the next time she's on a rerun. But yeah, I have Astra, or whatever she's called, the swingy Spider-Man girl. She's fucking awesome. I've got obviously Karas. I got all the characters that I want. There's okay. I wouldn't mind Purple Nemesis at some point. I don't have Purple Nemesis yet. I wouldn't mind getting her. But yeah, I can pick both of those up on a rerun easily enough. And I didn't have to get Carrot's outfit, and I didn't have to get Nurse's outfit, but you know, you can't have everything. So I'd rather just wait for those characters I'm not as bothered about, get them later, and get the outfits for the characters that I do really like. So that's what I've done. So I think what I need to do now actually is, let's see. So we can farm some more compute. Oh, so she's got no time left, so her battery should be run out now, I think. Is her battery drained then? Has it really been an hour and a half? I don't know if it's been an hour and a half since we started that task. We have 2 shy Susies. One has... Wait, that can't be right. That one says she's got 9 hours, 23 minutes of battery. That can't be right. But this one, I think, is run out of battery. But no, even that doesn't make sense, right? Because if you look...
I didn't get the outfit, but I did some pulls on it up to 6 at the moment, and it would cost me another 6,000 dark crystals or around 5,300 tanium to fully clear out that machine, which is in iRL dollars about $89 odd.
I suppose this wasn't working properly though. Right, so if we take Shy Susie out and then auto assign her, well, this one is saying 0. Yeah, something's not right. Oh, but 0 time remaining. No, I know what it is. Time remaining is not what we want there. Because time remaining is how long is the battery going to charge for. And because she's fully charged, her time remaining is showing as 000. So what we actually need to do is get the lifetime. I thought I was already doing this. Right, it's saying battery remain is nothing. Battery remain is worker. If battery remain is nothing, battery remain... Okay, I think it shouldn't be that battery remain is nothing. It should be if battery remain is 000. That's where it was going wrong. Okay, I think that's what we need to do. So now when we go back into it, it should show her lifetime. So I thought I'd put a clause in there, but I was thinking it would show as null, but it actually shows as 000. God damn it, why isn't it working?
For Duet Night Abyss, they released a web minigame platformer which uses the gyro on a phone for movement, and the new Hawkeye game is called Hawkeye Nexus Anima.
Awful. Ugh, I hate those gyro controls. Yeah, they have a gyro in the DualSense controller. They've got a gyro thing on here, and it's like, oh, I hate it. So yeah, I always disable it if it's trying to use it in settings. I prefer to just use the sticks. But it's because I vape a lot while I'm gaming, so I'll tilt my controller a lot while I'm doing other things, because I'll like play one-handed and stuff like that. So, you know, I think gyro's too like fucking sweaty for me. You gotta like be very serious about how you're controlling everything, and I'm just not casual. So battery remain is showing as nothing. What? So why is... Oh my god, this is so annoying. Why is it always these quirky little things that are such a fucking pain in the ass?
I'm not sure how their web minigame would work on PC, but if you want to give it a try then here.
It's working now.
Posted a
Didn't
link.
fucking do it before. No, I'm busy with this. I really need to. What's it a link for? I might save it for later. I might have a look at it later or whatever. I'll just stick it on a text document or something. Yeah, right now I'm too busy. I'm trying to debug this. I'll just put it there. I had a link to a Genshin. Where's my Genshin link? I'll put it with the Genshin link. There's apparently a boss that you can fight in Genshin. I want to have a look at it at some point. I just haven't had time. See, I saw this on YouTube for Genshin about a week ago. I've got too much going on, and I haven't had a chance to look at that yet. So that's been sat there for a week. So I'll just put it with that. Right. So now that's working, but I don't know why it didn't work before because I didn't change anything. I fucking hate it when things like that happen because I need consistency. Okay, so now she's showing her full battery amount. So is she actually going to farm until she runs out of battery? Because that's what she's supposed to do. Okay, so is that right though? Does she have 9 hours and 43 minutes of battery life? Yeah, apparently she does. Okay. Okay, so she's now farming those materials. And she'll farm that material for 9 hours and 27 minutes, which makes this kind of tricky to test. So let's come back in 9 hours and 27 minutes. Oh yeah, kind of. Okay. That's why these time-based things are kind of hard to debug, actually, because they just... Oh my god. Transformer TED will run for 5 hours and 32 minutes. Slackerbot will run for 5 hours. That can't be right. Does Slackerbot have 5 hours of battery life?
It will be up until Duet Night Abyss's launch for no rush to do, and with that web minigame you can get in-game rewards at launch just by playing it, which gave us a preview of the server regions for Duet Night Abyss 2.
Where's his worker type? Oh, that is his worker type. Yeah, he's got 5 hours of battery life. Okay. Yeah, that's more like it. Backwards Bobby only has 2 hours 45 minutes of battery life. There we go. Okay, so oh my god, we're making progress. So for the first ever time, we now have all 4 worker bots, all 4 slots on the farming thing. And if we go back to this, yeah, it shows under farming, well, acquisition, it shows me at a glance how long each worker's going to continue farming for. So that's good. So that all looks like it's working pretty well, but obviously there's a lot of tests I have to do. I need to test to make sure that they are actually accumulating stock during runtime, and then also when we log back on, the offline progression needs to speed run any progress that was missed since the last server sync as well. So I guess the first thing we can test is if we log off right now and we log back in, our server farm should show all of those 4 worker slots as active and have, you know, about the same time remaining on them as they did. So we'll test that now. Okay, something went wrong. They all auto completed. They all auto completed. This is so fucking awkward to do. I thought this would be so... It's always the things that seem like they'll be dead easy that are such a pain in the fucking ass. All it is a bunch of fucking date and timestamps, but trying to get this thing to fucking work properly. It's been over a week now. This thing is such a pain in the ass.
In Genshin, the devs have changed their update version naming strategy, it seems, so even though the next update is Genshin version 6.0, they are calling it instead Genshin version Luna 1.
Yeah, you said that already. Right, so there's the acquisition task. So this one is backwards Bobby. This is where I logged back on. Is that where it auto-completed though? Was that where the task was started? I think that's where the task was started, I think.
Last night's special program was in their naive language, even though the main trailer is in English and they, the localized team at the end of it, they did an English recap aka summary plus character level 100 is incoming.
But the task still has... The task still has the total task time on it. So the tasks still have the task times on them. Right, so let's see. Okay. So the tasks we're looking for is acquire a cybersecurity dataset. After logging back on, tasks auto completed. Wrong. Still had hours left to complete.
Piker QuickTime
Peter, I'm just gonna mute you. I
787
need to
asks,
concentrate.
how's your project coming along tonight, Cappy?
An inspector on player task instances. Acquire cyber security data set. Started string. Started. Finish. Yeah, so that's a time in the future. Time still set in future. Status complete. Remaining time 0. Let's read this one. Acquire compute level 2. Acquire compute level 2. We want started. Also, total task time might be useful to get as well. Total task time. Total task time. We'll get the other one after we've done this one. Finish. Still set to a time in the future. Okay. Can you help? I have a bug where the offline progress function on my task is auto-completing tasks which are set in the future. Backwards Bobby. After logging back on, tasks auto-complete. Wrong, still had hours left to complete. An inspector on player task instances. Time still set in the future. Here is the faulty function. So we want all task. This is fucking GPT-5's mess, this. Okay, let's see what we got. This is a classic idle game bug. Your offline progress logic is completing the task even if the real world time hasn't passed yet. The root cause is that you're only checking how many blocks could have been processed since last sync, not whether the total elapsed time is enough to finish the task. Why this happens, you calculate blocks passed based on elapsed seconds since last sync. You loop and call complete unit for each block unit that could have been processed. At the end, you check if completed units is greater than or equal to target units or battery is empty and set task status completed. Yeah, GPT-5 did all that. But you never check if the total elapsed time is enough to finish the task. So if the player was offline for only a short time but the loop processes all units because battery in stock is enough, the task is marked as completed even though the finish time is in the future. How to fix: you need to cap offline progress so that it never completes a task before its scheduled finish time. Key principle: never process more blocks than the total time allows. If the task's finish time is in the future, only process up to the current time. How to implement: calculate the maximum possible progress. The maximum time you can process is from task started to server now, but not beyond task finish. So actual elapsed equals minutes server now, time difference, time span of server now to task finish minus task started. Step 2, use this to cap blocks passed. Okay. The only other place it could be happening Another thing that could be causing the premature completion was an attempt to complete tasks that were lagging behind. Due to the block sync discrepancy, tasks were sitting at 0 remaining for minutes sometimes, which shouldn't happen. So the logic was task end time is pre-calculated at task start, so once we hit that time, tasks should auto-complete if lagging behind. Can you check that this is not interfering with the other offline progress functionality? Okay. Great question. Your update remaining time function is designed to force complete any task that is stuck at 0 remaining, which is a good safety net for idle games. But let's clarify how this interacts with your offline progress logic. How the two functions interact. Offline progress should only process progress up to task finish. Should not mark the task as complete unless the finish time has passed. Update remaining time runs every frame or regularly. If the finish time has passed, it forces complete. Yeah, so remaining seconds still had pretty much the full remaining seconds from the last server save, so that shouldn't interfere with it. Potential interference: if offline progress is called after the finish time, it may process all remaining units and set status to complete. If offline progress is called before the finish time, it should not complete the task even if all units... Yeah, it shouldn't really interfere then. If update remaining time is called and the finish time has passed, it will force complete any remaining units. This is the correct behavior. The only risk is if offline progress is incorrectly marking tasks as completed before the finish time, which your previous bug was causing. recommended final logic. No change needed. It is correct to force complete if the finish time has passed and the task is still active. So what, did it just give me the same offline progress that it gave me before, or is that different somehow? I'm curious. I am curious. So the one it just gave me is 48 lines. The one it gave me before, I'm guessing, is also 48 lines. Yeah, it's also I think it just gave me the same one twice. So that's fine. It should be the same function. I guess it's just being thorough, which is more than I can say for GPT-5 right now. Right, so let's test that. Yeah, the project's going fine. It's just, this is one of the most awkward things I've ever fucking made. And it should be, again, it comes down to what decisions you make. This is why I'm super careful about how I'm architecting and designing things, because the smallest little decision that you make at the very start of a system can have such massive implications further down the line. I guess a good analogy is like, you know, they're like the seeds you plant in a garden, right? Like, once you plant that seed, something's going to grow from that seed. And it's, but you've got to, that's not even a good enough analogy. A better analogy is that you're growing vines in the garden and you tie those vines to other vines, right? Let's pretend that the purpose of a vine is to tie it to another vine, and every vine is tied to another vine in some way. So the idea is you have dozens of vines and you have to be able to get from one end of a vine, one end of the garden, to the other end of a garden by traveling through the vines. That's kind of what coding, especially in object oriented stuff like this, is kind of like. So even the seeds that you plant to grow those vines are going to have massive implications, right? Because let's say that is quite a good analogy, actually. And I'll tell you why it's a good analogy. Is if you picture that when you plant a seed, you get a different type of vine that grows. So let's say one type of seed might give you a vine that has two ends like that. So now you have three things to wire up. So now you have that, and that. So now you've got to connect, let's say, these two, and then these two, and then you've got to wire these two. Or whatever, right? But if you planted a different type of seed, then maybe it grows this type of vine. And now suddenly you see how that... Weird analogy, but it's kind of true. Now you just have to wire that and let's say that, right? And then you imagine you've got dozens of these, right? So even the slightest little change can make such a big difference once it cascades and cascades and cascades. And so the mistake I made with this server, this time-based idle game, we all learn, is I decided to create something called an effort block. And an effort block has a time associated with it. So here's where my system kind of fails. It doesn't fail. This is what's making my system so fucking awkward. Is in my infinite wisdom, it's the first time I've ever made a game like this. I thought this would be fine. I said that everything has an effort cost, right? What we do is we have this overlying effort block, right? Let's call it an effort block. And an effort block is a block of effort. So what is a block of effort? Well, a block of effort is my progression system, and this drives everything. So I thought this was smart, right? So my tasks will have a block cost, right? So let's say this is gathering French niggers or whatever, right? Then gathering French knickers might have a block cost of 15. So what that means is we have to have 15 iterations of effort before we get 1 French knickers or whatever it is, right? So then workers have something called a effort time, and effort time is in seconds, right? So the effort time on 1 worker might be 5 seconds. So for this worker, it's going to cost 5 times 15 amount of time to get 1 pair of French knickers. But another worker might only have an effort time of 2. So it's only going to take 30 seconds to get 1, whereas it would take this guy like over a minute, right? 1 minute and 15 seconds versus 30 seconds. So that seemed sound at the time, right? Because like, yeah, okay, the effort, because really we're just measuring time, right? We're just saying that effort is however long each worker takes, and it's just looping and looping and looping. So that seems fine because we're still dealing with time. But I've had no ends of problems from this, and what I've eventually had to do is I've had to create a date and time start time, because it was a nightmare just getting the time remaining countdowns to work properly. Fucking hell, dude. Right, date time start time. We have a date time end time. And so we stamp these at the start of a task, and then we do all our time calculations based off these. So now we have 2 competing systems, right? We have this arbitrary effort block system, and we have this actual real world time scale start and end timestamps. So we're constantly having to translate backwards and forwards between the 2, and this was my biggest architectural mistake at the start that I deeply regret now. So in hindsight, talk about learn from your mistakes, right? In hindsight, I should have done it the other way around, because it would have made things so much easier. So instead, this is how I should have done it. I should have started with the date time start time, date time end time, okay, and then I could have had int seconds of duration, and this could have been the driver. Now you might be looking at that and thinking, yeah, but that doesn't work the same as the other system. No, but you can derive from it. So this is what I mean, right? You have to think backwards when you're programming, and this is why I kind of thought I was thinking forwards here, and that's why it's failing. We're failing backwards. So okay, so let's look at our block cost of 15, for example. So let's say we want the French knickers task from this system here, right? So we start a task, and let's say it's a, I don't know, what time is it now? 13:14. Let's say it's 13:14. This is kind of hard. It would actually be the other way around. We would actually start with a duration. So a task time duration. So a duration on a task, instead of being a block cost, you see how it would be? So let's say instead we would say actually, I don't even know how I would do it that way around. I even now I'm struggling to understand how I should have architected this, because we don't want a set amount of task time, because obviously some workers are meant to be faster than the others I think this ends up being effort duration though. Because at its core, what you want is 1 second equals 1 unit of progression, right? And then you can abstract that if you need to. So let's say you want different speed workers. Then what you would do is you would say worker.
Anthea says, good morning.
It's like a multiplier, right? Except it works in the opposite direction. So a worker, you could say like a worker speed. So if one at the very top of the thing should be 1 second equals 1 unit of progression, but then you could say a certain worker requires 10 seconds, right? 10 units of progression equals 1 progress, right? So then you introduce this thing called progress. So now we can have worker speeds that derive from the fixed point of 1 second equals 1 unit of progression. And this is better because we abstract the speed from a fixed unit of time, whereas this is an abstract concept. The effort block is an abstract concept that we then have to convert a fixed unit of time to translate into. Do you see how that's different? So here is we have the fixed thing is always going to be the better thing. Start from a fixed variable. So like 1 second of time is incredibly easy to calculate. We can calculate it as an int. We can start as a date and time stamp. We can calculate time differences between a start time and an end time and the current time. And we can easily calculate how many seconds have passed whenever we want. So we could have a look at that, and then we'd have a look. So for this worker here, we'd say, okay, 10 seconds have passed. Oh, well, this guy's only done 1 progress. But if you wanted another worker here that only took 5 seconds for 1 progress, then this worker here has made 2 progress in the same amount of time. So do you see how the abstraction works in a different direction? This would have been so much better because it would have solved so many issues that I'm coming across now. But I guess you learn from your mistakes. Good morning, Canthea. How are you? But it is what it is. It's like I say, this is why I get mad at Ross for saying, oh, just make online games playable forever offline for free. Like, you have no idea what that would entail. Not a clue. Not a clue. These people who don't make games don't have a clue. And this is why I think like things like Genshin Impact are so bolted down. I still think it's probably not that easy for them to just give us an artifact loadout system. Because depending on how the thing was, structured at the very core...
You got my message, it's insane how Wuthering Waves Battle Pass weapons look so good.
You got my messages, it's insane how Wuthering Waves Battle Pass weapons look so good. I haven't got any messages, I've been so busy. Wuthering Waves, I couldn't really... I don't know if I really give a shit about Wuthering Waves weapon skins. I barely give a shit about the game, to be honest. Yeah, I just think Wuthering Waves isn't really much for me. Okay, so apparently GPT's latest change should have fixed the issue that we were having with tasks auto-completing. So I guess we need to test that now. So if I put these workers back on their acquisition tasks... Okay, so Shy Susie should be doing this task for 9 hours and 42 minutes. Transformer Ted should do it for 5 hours and 27 minutes. Slackerbot should do it for 4 hours and 58 minutes. And Backwards Bobby should do it for 2 hours and 42 minutes.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch,
so let's take a quick snip clip of that.
Don't tell secrets in cornfields.
So that
Too
we have
many
something
ears
to
around.
compare the reload against. And let's log out and log back in again and see. Where is this message? Is this on Discord? I'll have a look at it, but yeah, I doubt I'm going to give that much of a shit, to be honest. They release a new refresh of
They
weapons.
release
They're
a
not
new
weapon skins,
refresh
they're
of
next wave
weapons.
of
They are
battle
not
pass
weapon
weapons.
skins.
Oh,
they are next
right, I
wave
see.
of
Like
battle
the
pass
yeah, you still got
weapons.
to buy the battle pass though, haven't you? Which I doubt I'll ever do in Wuthering Waves, to be honest. Oh, you
Battle
got the...
pass usually
no,
like
we all get the weapon.
$9.
Yeah, you got the matrices. I think the skin's way better. But then again, I don't really play the game competitively at all, so... Did you spend money? Oh, you didn't spend money, did you? I suppose I bought a daily pass.
I got
But that's
really
all I
lucky
bought.
on matrices.
Ah! I'll probably get the
Zero
weapon
money, she
skin
not
as well,
max.
actually. Because I only need one more pull to get it. Nice. I just took Coco rid of matrices on a zero money, she not max. I got really lucky on matrices. Did you? Looks like a bird. I think something's gonna fly away. Fly away, fly away.
I got $0.
They're giving me like Cowboy Bebop vibes. They're very orange. Yeah. As long as you're having fun. As long as you're having fun. Alright, let's see. So we
The
logged
raw
back
stats
in.
are all
So,
useful.
nope, it's still completed. They still auto-completed. Okay, so we need some debug messages in here. Find out why the fuck that's happening. Okay, is it coming from here? Auto completing task in offline progress. If completed units is greater than or equal to target units.
Also other big news, Genshin going have a level 100 cap in 6.0.
Okay, let's run the test again and see what exactly is happening. We need to reset our debug log so we can see what's going on. Zero DOPS. Raw stats are all useful. Also the big news, Genshin going to have a level 100 cap in 6.0. That game's going off a cliff faster than the United Kingdom. My god, so many updates. Right, So let's start another task again. What the fuck is causing this? Okay, so once again, we should be running for hours and hours and hours. Let me check my debug.log. The last save value was this, so we might want to take a look at that. Check to make sure everything. Makes sense. I mean, the first thing I noticed, yeah, I think the target unit's helper function is wrong. Okay. Because it says it's going to do 8 units. Okay, task at start. Acquire cybersecurity dataset. Target units 8. Started at 12:26. Will end at 3 or 8. 9,752 seconds. I'm pretty sure it should get more than 8 of those. So let's check the material that this is gathering. Right, so the block cost is 53. That sounds like a lot. Maybe that's right then. Block cost is 53. So we have to do 53 effort cycles to obtain 12 of these items. And acquire cybersecurity dataset is being found by Backwards Bobby. Backwards Bobby has an effort time of 23 seconds. So doesn't that is quite a long time though, isn't it? Maybe my maths is, maybe my stats are bad on these. So if it's going to take him 23 times 53, it's going to take him 1,219 seconds. 1,219 seconds.
Look like level up Ascension plants have a daily rest now.
For one yield. That's quite a long time. How long is that in minutes? I suppose it's probably only about
Reset.
15. It's like 20 minutes. About 20 minutes. Yeah, that's probably correct then. If it takes him about 20 minutes to get one iteration of those, and his lifetime is 2 hours and 40 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's about right then. So those calculations are correct. So it's not the helper function that's wrong. The helper function seems good. But I might want to fuck with my stats because that seems a little brutal for such a low level farm, to be completely honest. Looks like level up ascension plants have a daily reset now. Level up ascension plants. I don't know what you mean. Do you just mean like materials that you farm to ascend characters and stuff?
The planets that take 3 days to respawn in
That take
Genshin.
3 days to respawn in Genshin. The plants. So instead of having to wait 3 days for a respawn, they'll now spawn multiple times a day. Yeah, something I guess. Okay, so it's not that's causing them to complete early, because I think those calculations are correct. I just think that maybe this is a little brutal. One yield every 20 minutes. I suppose you're getting 3 yields an hour.
Nice
But it is
change
one
in
of the
watering wave.
earlier. It is one of the earlier mats to farm, to be completely honest. Cybersecurity data set. Is that a level 1 or a level 2 material? Okay, that is yeah, that's like a level 5 material. Okay, that seems fine then. I think that's fine. Okay, so let's log back in and see what the fuck is prematurely completing it. This is gonna drive me insane. Okay, this time it didn't do it.
Someone stole it from Matrix.
Okay, so it looks like it's working now. Even though I didn't change anything. So I wonder if the glitch was happening before the logout before? Maybe? Okay, that seems to be working fine now then. If we bring up our snip clips, that's probably about in line. Yeah, it went from 9 hours and 41 minutes to 9 hours and 33 minutes. 5 hours and 27 to 5 hours and 18. Yeah, so it's probably like I was probably faffing about there for 11 minutes, like looking at stuff. Yeah, no, it seems to be working now. Okay, finally. Holy shit. Okay, I think it's working. Yay! It's working! Oh my fucking god, that was such a pain in the ass.
You welcome.
Oh, I think it's working. Okay, that's good news. That's really good news. because we're very close now. That means discovery's working properly and material farming seems to be working properly, but I need to make sure that the materials are going into the player's inventory. And guess what we haven't done yet is the stock screen says hire and view staff. That's because we copied and pasted the staff UI. So now we need to build a stock UI, but first we need stock icons. Which we actually don't currently have a field for. So let's go and add one. So we need to add an icon. To every material. And we need to get some images generated. We need to generate some, so it's the fun part. It's the fun part. It's the fun part. Fun part. It's the fun part. It's the fun part. Is everybody ready for the fun part? Alright, so we can see our material names here. So as you can see, these are LLM resources. So you're crafting LLMs. We have compute level 1, 2, and 3. So I guess our prompt wants to say, hang on, I hate that I have to go into this every time I want this. Actually, it's on. It's not even in my live projects anymore. It's from the old Paimon Romper project. There it is. And I have this UI, AI prompt rather, structure that gives me good quality results. Okay, so we're not doing Paimon anymore. High res game assets, game icon assets, compute resource. I don't know. Anime. Let's try that. 26 steps. 32 count. Alright, I dread to think what we'll get. It's going to be all tits. It's always tits. No matter what you type in here, you get tits. I'm telling you right now. I bet you any money we get tits. I told you. I know AI too well. I swear to God, you could say, like, give me a picture of Mother Teresa or something, like healing the World War soldiers.
Can't asks, did it save your favorites?
I told you. That's all you ever get. How is that a compute resource? It's an arse. It's a sweaty arse. That's all this thing knows how to make is fucking tits. I swear to God, it's ridiculous. It's like the most demented. You know, we're doomed as a race. You know that, don't you? As a species, we're so doomed. Because you've got to remember that these AIs reflect us and what we do and think. And this apparently this is the accumulation of years of art and images and, you know. It all just comes down to tits and sweaty asses at the end of the day. Look at this. How does this make any sense? What I prompted, I said best quality, high res, anime game
Perfect
icon
for slow
asset.
break and Eco Plus update.
Compute resource. compute resource and it's just tits. If my computer looked like a pair of tits. I don't even know how to finish that sentence. I wouldn't sit so far away from it. Right. Alright. Let's try computer resource. Let's start again. I think we might be better off just grabbing clip art, you know.
You could buy a mouse pad with a pair of tits.
I had one of those at some point. How is that a computer resource? That is not a computer resource. Look! Look! It puts a computer, and what does it put on the computer? A pair of tits. It's so ridiculous. It's actually insane how perverted and demented these AI models are. It's insane. It's actually insane. And look at the negative prompts. We don't want not safe for work. We don't
You
want...
can be more detailed with your question.
porn.
Has them all clothing up or high school dress up?
What is wrong with this model? What is wrong with this model? This is no good. This model is doomed. This model is cursed. Maybe I need to change models. I think I need to change models. This is actually insane. Right, let's not use this model. This model is demented. What about illustrious? Let's see what the illustrious model gives us. That's just... all of these images are demented. That's the worst one. Like, I mean, at least to put a computer in there, I suppose. Oh, there's a computer there, I guess. Yeah, give me an image of a computer. Okay, the image is 90% pussy and ass, and like 1% computer. What the fuck? That's creepy as fuck. See, this one's doing the same thing. It's just using photorealistic fake women. I'm gonna get banned. I know it. Who is this bitch? I didn't ask for this bitch. She looks like fucking Christina Ricci, sort of. Oh, she's hot, but she's not real. She doesn't really exist. Then again, the real women may as well not exist in my life. They're equally as fictional. This thing only has one purpose: to goon, and that's it. Oh my god, we actually got an image of a computer. Wow, it actually made a computer. I bet if you zoom in, there's a pair of tits on the fucking on the desktop somewhere. Also, how is this anime? Jesus crap, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Lol.
Good lord. We're doomed. I told you we're doomed. If this isn't proof that we're doomed, I don't know what is. This thing is only good at generating fake hot women or anime porn. That's literally the only thing it's good for. Is that Britney Spears? What the fuck's Britney Spears got to do with any of this? May as well be Britney Spears. That's uncanny. I am an alien posing as a human. That's just weird. So weird.
Epoch set for life.
This is a waste of time. How do I get different models? We need different models. I don't know if AI is going to be the solution here. This one's coming out of the computer. Every guy's dream. Download your bitch. Where'd you get models from? I've forgotten the name of the site. There's a site that has all these models on them. Doesn't Stable Diffusion like link to it somewhere? Model browser. This one's Open Model DB. Yeah, they're all the freaking same though. Rev animated. We don't want animated. It's all the same.
At least prior ones were anime girls.
Yeah, we don't want girls though. We want fucking... These are materials that you craft products with. We don't use people in our products. Okay, our products are 100% people free. That's the one. Civit AI. That's what I was looking for. Okay, we need to go to Civit AI. Civit AI. Okay. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Shut the fuck up. Access restricted for UK visitors. Civit AI will no longer accessible to users in England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. This is due to the UK's Online Safety Act. This is such fucking bullshit. This is such fucking horseshit. Fucking region blocked. Alright, let's find out how we get around it. Turn on your VPN, find a model and click download. Cancel the download in your browser. Turn off your VPN, restart the download. Yeah, but I'm fucking streaming. I don't want to use a VPN right now. There must be a way to bypass that. Another option is the archive. I'll just use the archive. There we go. Archive. Fine. It's so fucking stupid. The UK is so fucking stupid. Our fucking government are the dumbest fucking morons I've ever fucking heard of in my entire life. Absolutely retarded. So retarded. And like, they're not going to get anything that they want, right? First of all, they're not even trying to protect kids. They're just trying to fucking spy on everyone. And secondly, it's not going to work. They don't understand the internet. They're all fucking dinosaurs. And they're all retarded. It's absolutely insane. Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe they've got a point. But like, kids just gonna fucking run rings around this anyway. I mean, look how easy it is, right? You just go to the fucking archive site and it's fine. I didn't even have to turn on a fucking VPN, but I could have just turned on a VPN as well. So they're not doing anything other than just pissing everybody off. Okay, so we want like pruned. I mean, this looks like things other than acceleration module. Prune. I don't know what these are though. These are checkpoints. What does that even mean? Is a checkpoint a model? So we want like anime like items, I guess, rather than. To be fair though, that's the first thing I've ever come across that this Online Safety Act's actually fucking affected. But that pisses me off because, like, you know, yeah, I do use this AI thing. What the fuck is this? These look terrifying. How has that got anything to do with the cat though? Like, why does that lead you to that? It doesn't really add up. There's got to be a way for me to like filter these results. All base models, all model types, LoRa checkpoint, workflows, result types, version unit, download, show NSFW, show. Right, I don't really know what I'm looking for though. That's the problem. I don't really know what I'm looking for. Ink scenery. There's game icon at Institute. This could be good. if it works. Okay, I can download the beta version of this model apparently. Game Icon Institute. I've tried ones like this before though, and it never really worked very well. Okay, so this is a safe tensor, so I think it's just a plain straightforward model that I can just plug in and use, I think. Yeah, this could be good if I get these kinds of results. Three minutes remaining. You gotta love how they use fucking kids' safety as the fucking Trojan horse for all this shit, right? And then in the meantime, right, they're doing everything they can to put our kids more and more and more at risk. They couldn't give a fuck about the kids of this country. They couldn't give a fucking shit about them. That's why they arrested that fucking girl in Scotland rather than fucking do anything to the fucking migrant who was harassing them. That shows you how little they give a shit about our kids in this fucking country. And then they have the audacity to try and make out like the Online Safety Act is about protecting children. Yeah, how fucking dumb do you think people are? They're not as dumb as you. God, it makes me so mad. It's just so fucking ridiculous. Just when you think it can't get any more ridiculous, they're like, hold my drink. Hold my beer. You ain't seen nothing yet. Looks like these are different versions of it as well, right? So maybe I want the latest version of this. Yeah, let's get the latest version of it as well. Oh, great. We're back at this again. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, again, I can get around it, right? I literally just turn on a VPN. So why does this one? I guess because this one's the archive. So the latest version's on the live site. Is that why? There's an internal VPN you can do though. I'm pretty sure, because I remember doing this before. Right, hang on a minute. I know these things exist. So you can use let's see if they still exist. Basically you can use a VPN link rerouter. So I can even make one for my own website. So what you do is you say paste the URL here, and then they send that URL request through a proxy, and then they just deliver it to you within the same web page. So you don't even have to disconnect from your internet to do it. I'm sure those things, they should still exist because I could make one myself. Let's have a look. URL paste VPN. Here we go. Free web proxy. There we go. There we go. Now it's just asking me to log in. Okay, I guess I got to log in. I can't remember. Probably through Google, I would think. Yeah, because I'm on a proxy though. I'm going to have to log in from scratch. Right, give me a sec. Let me hide. You see how easy it is? Protect children. They think children don't know how to do all this. Okay, Google won't let me sign in this way though. Okay, let's see if I've got a email account on it. Yeah, there is a, but then this puts everybody more at risk, right? Because the guy who runs this website will basically like anything you do through this proxy, like they can see and collect it, right? So like passwords and things like that. So this now puts you more at risk. So it doesn't protect anybody, it puts everybody more at risk. Generating error. So I may need to sign up. Fuck hell, this is such a fucking pain in the ass. Yeah, I maybe don't want to trust somebody's URL proxy just randomly on the internet. How long does it take to set one of these up? Let's have a look. Okay, let's make a new chat. Alright, let's see how long this will take to set up. I can trust my own web server. Okay, I've set up a URL proxy before to get around workplace content blocks. Now my UK government is trying to police internet disguised as protecting children, and I need to use my AI image models which are currently blocked. I have my own web server and I'm reasonably proficient in HTML, PHP, etc. What I need in order to set up a URL proxy page, e.g. paste link delivers page via rerouting. This puts us more at risk since using public proxies exposes passwords and sensitive data to unknown hosts. That's why I'd like to host one for myself. Okay. This puts us more at risk since using public proxies exposes passwords and sensitive data to unknown hosts. That's why I'd like to host one for myself. Alright. You're absolutely right. Using public proxies can be risky, especially for sensitive data. Hosting your own proxy is much faster and gives you control over privacy and security. What you'll need: a web server with PHP, which we've got, a proxy script that fetches remote content and serves it to you, basic security measures to prevent abuse and protect your data. Simple PHP proxy example. So save this script as proxy.php on your server, access it like your server proxy PHP, and then the URL equals this. The page will be fetched and displayed via your server. Yeah, but isn't my server... this is the only issue. I don't know, it depends. I suppose it would depend where it says my server's coming from though. I wonder if this will work. Because my server isn't necessarily UK hosting. I don't know what it would say. So it would come from the IP address of whatever my web server host's IP address is. And it's, I suppose it depends on which country that's in, right? If they divert UK traffic to a UK IP address on their server or whatever, then it'll still just block it because it'll just recognize it as being in the UK. But if it shows us somewhere else in the world, then I guess it would probably get around it. So it'll be interesting to see what the result is. Alright, so we can just save this. So if we log on to our server, and this is going to be, what, proxy.php. Yeah, proxy.php. So let's save this to our downloads. I could keep it in dump actually, because this is where I keep a lot of like obscure little solutions to things that I want to keep. And yeah, this is probably something that I'll want to keep. Although I'll probably also back up my web server anyway. But yeah, this is useful. Proxy.php, let's just see how it works out of the box. If it works. I bet we've got to log in. I got to make a new account again because it fucking updated, I think. Yeah, I'm not logged in right now, am I? Oh my god! This never ends. Okay, I got to set up a new FTP account again. Like I said, all this stuff puts you more at risk. Because rather than just accessing the internet through a trusted ISP, right, who can be held liable for things. I don't think this is my thing, is that? Or maybe it is. Yeah, it is. I need to save that somewhere. Give me a second. Okay, our host is that, which is server. Our username is that. Also, such a giant pain in the ass, isn't it? Nobody can be left to just fucking live their life and get on with their work and do what they want to do. Oh, some fucking knobhead coming up with some fucking bullshit just to fucking get anywhere. Right, save password, connect. Oh shit, it's set up as the wrong protocol. Yeah. We want SFTP. Okay. Exhausted methods. What the fuck are you talking about? Fucking hell! I'm just trying to get into my fucking web server. I mean, it's good, right? Because like you don't want it too easy to get into the thing. Right, let's open the connection from scratch again. We're on SFTP, which is correct. Our server address is correct. Our username is correct. The password is a weird length though. So something probably isn't right. So now we need to go and load it again. Sorry, I can't show my screen right now because I'm obviously trying to fucking authenticate myself on my fucking own web server. Right, that is my password. Save password, connect. Finally, we're in. Okay, close that so we don't show anything. Now we can close that. Again, it's just all just puts you more at risk. This all just puts you more at risk. Because you just have more hoops you need to jump through. Because obviously you're not going to upload your fucking driving license to download some fucking AI model on the internet. Because that's just retarded. Right. Okay, so I need to upload, where did I put it? My PHP. Okay. My proxy. Okay, it is uploaded. I think I'm not showing anything bad. I think I can show my thing. I think so. I can show my screen, I think. Boop. Alright, so now we should be able to go to... Probably shouldn't be showing this. I don't even know whether it will work. Proxy.php. And then what did we just do it with a question mark? Yeah, and URL equals. And then our link, which is this. Let's see if this works. Okay, so the issue is it's not, yeah, it's too basic. It worked all right. You'll see that we didn't get blocked, but what's happening instead is we've got it looks weird, right? So what's happening is it's not processing the page's layout and everything correctly. So it's asking me to log in, but it doesn't look right. Okay, so let's give it some feedback. So the good news, yep, that got me back into the site. The bad news, the site's formatting looks like plain HTML. None of the, I don't know, whatever it is, CSS, Java, PHP, or whatever else it needs seems to be encoded. Okay. Great to hear you got access. The issue you're seeing, plain HTML, missing all this stuff, is common with simple proxies. Here's why and how to fix it. Why this happens: most web pages load resources, CSS, JavaScript, via relative or absolute URLs. When you fetch the HTML through your proxy, your browser tries to load those resources directly from the original site, which is still blocked. Your proxy, the HTML references, link, rel, style sheet, blah blah blah. Your browser tries to load blocked site, blocked, solution, rewire resource URL. You need your proxy to pass the HTML, rewrite resources URLs as they go through your proxy. Okay, so your existing code as before, and then after fetching response, output rewritten HTML.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
Go
What
on.
did the nut say to the other nut in a game of tag? I'm a cashew.
There are no words. There are no words. I'll just sigh instead. Okay, so the existing code as before. So let's see. Before we output, so that's echo response, output the response. In between, we want this, which passes the relevant resources to divert those two. Okay, so we go to dump and we update our proxy. Continue. And now we should be able to refresh. Okay, now it's exactly the same. It's letting me in though. How cool is that? Yeah, so I guess my ISP. So if anyone wants to follow along, just be wary, this will only work if your ISP's IP address that's hosting your web server doesn't snitch to Civet AI that you're in the United Kingdom. So if you have like a UK host that's specifically in the UK, this probably won't work, because it will still see the UK and it'll still just automatically block you based on the fact that you're in the UK. Obviously you could just use a fucking VPN, but because I'm streaming live, I don't want to disconnect my stream just to get onto Civet AI. So instead I'll make my own proxy. Well, it's just useful to have, right? Because I stream a lot as well, right? So it would be nice if I can just go to my website and proxy directly on there. Yeah, it still seems to be giving me formatting issues, but maybe I made a mistake. So I'll show the full script. It still looks the same. I'll show you the full script. Okay. Great, thanks for sharing your script. The main issue, you are rewriting URLs in the doc object, but you are still outputting the original response. Okay, so the corrected script should look like that. There we go. Alright, let's update. This is fun. This is fun. Look how fucking quick it is to do shit like this, though. Does this not prove how retarded governments are when they try to censor things like the internet? Like, fucking hell. I mean, I guess there are some NPCs out there who will just, you know, they come across one layer of one layer of inconvenience, and they're like, okay, that's it, you beat me, let me give you my ID. Do you want those guys' IDs? Do you want those guys' IDs, really? You know that they're the lowest common denominators, right? Okay. Yeah, it's still doing it. I wonder if there's a way we can debug what's happening. I could probably get in and download my models, to be fair, even though it looks like ass. But I would like to restore the formatting. Okay, what I might do is give it the link. It took a little longer to load this time, but it still messes up the formatting. I can show you the page I'm attempting to access, and there's nothing weird about that, right? Because that is just my game icon model, game icon institute mode model, latest version. So it's not like it's you know, big sweaty tits model or anything that's gonna, you know, maybe raise an AI eyebrow, Please stop. Okay, it took a little longer to load this time, but it still messes up the formatting. I can show you the page I'm attempting to access, if that helps. Okay. Thank you for sharing the URL. Let's clarify what's happening. What that URL is not a web page. It's an API endpoint for downloading a file, likely a model file, not HTML. Ah, okay. What your proxy does. Your proxy is designed to fetch HTML pages and rewrite resource URLs. If you use it on a file download, like this API endpoint, it just fetches the file and sends it to your browser. Why formatting is messed up? If you try to open a binary file like a safe tensors, PT or zip model in your browser, it will look like gibberish or break the page formatting. If you use your proxy on a real HTML page, the rewriting logic applies. How to handle file downloads. If you want to download files through your proxy, you should detect non-HTML content and then set appropriate headers to the browser to download the file and not try to display it. Well, the other thing is that endpoint is probably going to ask me to log in. If your goal is just to download files, not view web pages, you can simplify your proxy. Well, why not both? That makes sense. The truth is, I likely want both. Also, that endpoint will likely ask me to log in. Required to download image models. That makes sense. The truth is I likely want both. Also, the endpoint will likely ask me to log in. Required to download image models. So I guess we'd need the proxy to be able to display web pages correctly, handle downloads when site can deliver them. Will we be able to do all that with a PHP script? Yes, you can do both with PHP, but there are some caveats and complexities, especially for modern sites that require login and have dynamic content. Display web pages correctly, basic HTML, CSS, JS. Your current script can handle simple sites. Well, let's test it. I mean, it's saying that, I don't know if it's gaslighting me right now, but it's saying that the reason it can't display the site right now is because that's a download endpoint, and the download endpoint, it's not set up to handle them, so it's spitting it back out as gibberish. But I think it's lying. The reason I think it's lying is because that endpoint is going to go through a few different states, right? And the first state will be, you know, ensure user is logged in, right? So there'll be a script on their website that says, you know, ensure logged in. If not logged in, display login, which is why we see this, right? Sign up or log in. It is asking me to log in, but it just looks like ass, right? So I think, okay, it does, yeah, okay, it does look a lot better. Also, this is the archive site still. This isn't the one that's blocked though, so we need to find the site that's blocked. So this, let's try and download this again, and it blocks us, right? Because it takes us back to Civet AI. So if we try to go to Civet AI right now, we get region blocked. Okay, so what we need to do is go to civetai.com to make sure our proxy is in fact working, and see if it displays that home page to us. Yes, it does. So our proxy is working. So that's really good news, actually. Now, maybe if I sign in, it'll do the rest itself. So this is pretty good. I feel like there's some stuff missing here, though. I feel like I should be seeing stuff here. Yeah, failed to fetch data. Something went wrong. JSON passed unexpected character at line 1 of the JSON data. So it's kind of working, but there's some things not getting through from the looks of it. So we need a much more sophisticated PHP script than the one we've currently got. That's for sure. But it's, hey, considering we've spent like all of 2 minutes on this so far, we are getting around the region block. And we are actually getting into the site. So that's a good sign. But we've still got a ways to go. Handle downloads, login handling. Can PHP do all that? Recommended approach. Use a mature PHP proxy library such as PHP proxy app. Handles cookies, sessions, URL writing, downloads and more. Actively maintained and used for exactly this purpose. Easy to set up and customize. Okay, let's take a look at it. This is a GitHub project. Latest version is version 3. Let's take a look at it. It's a source code. Okay. Let's grab the zip for the source code. There it is. Let's unzip the zip for the source code. There it is. Do 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 do. So there's our PHP proxy, and we've got a README. Okay, let's see. Web proxy application built on PHP proxy library, ready to be installed on your server. Keep in mind that this is a project and not a library. Installing this via require would do you no good. A project such as this should be installed straight into the public directory of your web server. If you do not have Composer or trying to host this application on a shared hosting, then download a pre-installed version of this app as a zip archive from phpproxy.com. Okay, that is us. We are on shared hosting, so we need to go to this site here. Okay, so we want to download PHP proxy. This method of installation depends on the type of web server that you have. I would recommend installing it via Composer, but we don't have Composer. For those who do not have access to the shell, for example on shared hosting, would need to download a pre-installed version of PHP proxy and upload it to their web server here. That's exactly what we want. Okay, so we want this version, phpproxy.zip. phpproxy.zip. There we go. Beautiful. Alright, so let's have a look at this README. We've also got setup.txt. Let's have a look at setup.txt. Function. Oh, that's actually... Okay, it's a little bit like a WordPress config file, it seems. Okay, let's read this one. Keep in mind that this is a project and not a library. Installing this via require would do you no good. Same thing as before. If you do not have Composer to host this application, direct link, keep it up to date. Application itself rarely will change. Okay, so I have, it doesn't really tell me. Okay, config, the file will be loaded into the global config class. This should be named as views, but for historic purposes we keep it named as templates for now. PHP proxy plugins, many of its own native plugins, but users are free to write their own custom plugins. So do we just upload this raw dog onto our web server then? It doesn't actually say, does it really? I assume that we do. Yeah, it doesn't really say though. That's kind of annoying. It doesn't really say how to install it. Okay, so let's make a folder called proxy. and upload all of this. Okay. So if this was WordPress, I would probably... No, you don't load config though, do you? Edit it. Let me take a look at config. More detail. All possible options will be stored. A unique key that identifies this application. Do not leave this empty. Okay, let me hide my screen. Let's generate an API key. Yeah, this makes sense so that people can't abuse it. So that... Okay. Let's generate a random string and use this as our API key. This one's good. Let's... Yep, that's fine. Let's grab one of these. There you go, that one looks good. We'll use this as our API key. A secret key to be used during encryption. Okay, I'm going to need to add to my previous file some of this information as well. Okay, so that is that. And now we've got API key for proxy. And now we want an encryption key for proxy, so let's use that one. Encryption key for proxy. Bing! Okay, we saved that. I probably should close it so I don't... show it anywhere. And we'll put that encryption key in. Okay. URL mode, plugins to load, header rewrite, cookie, Proxify, URL form, YouTube, Dailymotion, RedTube, Hamster, Pornhub, Twitter. Additional curl options to go with each request, curl, array, unblock videos. Okay. Okay, so I've added my API key and my encryption key. I've saved the changes to the server. But then there's going to be a need to plugins, templates. So I've got to add index.html maybe. Let's take a look at that. There it is, PHP proxy. I also need to check my file permissions on that config.php. Let me take a look at that. I've forgotten, where's the, oh, it's info on here. Info. Permissions 604. I installed PHP proxy. I added API and encryption keys to config. Config permissions set to 604. And I can customize how this looks as well. Does everything seem right for that? Okay, I can show my yeah, I installed PHP proxy, added API and encryption keys to config, config permissions set to 604. Does everything seem right for that? You're on the right track. Here's a quick checklist and some tips for PHP proxy app setup. Installation checklist. Files uploaded to your web server, usually in a subfolder like proxy. That's exactly where I put it. Web server can read the config file. PHP version should be 7.2, ideally 8.x. I don't know what mine is. Required PHP extensions, curl, blah blah blah. Security tips. Keep your proxy folder private. Use htaccess or web server config to restrict access if needed. How would I access it though if I block it through htaccess? Okay, let's try it then. Do 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 do. Error accessing resource 500. Internal server error. So my own one works and this one doesn't. Okay, usually means something went wrong on the server side, either with the proxy script itself, the configuration, or the way it's trying to access the remote resource. Let's troubleshoot step by step. Check PHP error logs. Fucking hell. Right, hang on. Error logs. That'll be on here somewhere, right? I think there's a way, I remember doing this before, where you can't you set like error logs to be in a sub folder of var log Apache 2. Yeah, all we have, it won't let me go any further back than that. All we have is access log, SFTP log. I think I can set it up so that we can output logs from here to there. I'm sure I've done that before. I'll ask it about it. Yeah, because I'm not seeing error logs, at least not on my web server, unless I have to get in through fucking Ionis. This is such a pain in the ass. It's also one of those things though, like once it's set up and working, probably like never have to touch it again. Where's my Ionis dashboard gone? Where is my Ionis dashboard? I don't remember closing it. Why am I kicked out? I imagine hosting maybe? Logs, PHP maybe? 8.3, so that's good news because it said like 8.3. Okay, we're on PHP 8.3. Where the fuck are the logs? I could be on 8.4 if I wanted to be. Probably best not. That's just PHP settings. Okay, let me just... Okay. I'm on Ionos web hosting, struggling to find PHP logs. I think for my custom API, we set something up so that a subfolder logs could be used to dump these into, which really helped. Can we do that here too? If not, do you know where Ionos PHP error logs can be found? Absolutely, you can set up PHP error logging to a custom folder like logs. Set up custom PHP error logging. Yeah, we did this before. Add these lines at the top of your index. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, logs PHP error log. Yeah, and this really helped me debug the last thing. So now what we need to do is we need to go to our proxy, which we're in, and then load our index.php, and then we just add, is this part of PHP or not? Yes, it is. So we just need that. There we go. But we don't want to close PHP because we already have this as PHP as well. So that should... that should now work. So if we... let's just go to my proxy homepage. Make sure it's up to date. Then we'll paste our blocked site, which is that, into here, and I can custom. I'll make this look all pretty and stuff. Right, warning: private methods cannot be final as they are never overridden by other classes. I wonder if I was supposed to... maybe I was supposed to close that PHP thing and then start another one. Because that was PHP as well. I don't think that would make any difference, but that seems weird. It shouldn't be spitting out errors like that. And now it's saying, warning, session cannot be started after headers have already been sent in home pages. Oh my god! Why are you such a pain in my ass? So it doesn't give me an error now until I try to go to... oh my god, this is such a fucking pain in the balls. Then it spits out errors at the top of the page. I don't know whether it's supposed to be doing that or not. Maybe it is supposed to be doing that. Okay. Okay. Now I get a bunch of errors on the page itself. And do we have anything in our error logs? Yes. And I think it's the same thing. So we have the same thing, so I'm going to ask it that actually. Looks like the same thing in the error logs. Should these logs be spat out on the page itself? Seems a bit risky. Okay. Great job getting the logs working. What you're seeing are PHP warnings and deprecation notices, not fatal errors, but they can clutter your page and may indicate compatibility issues with newer PHP versions. I can change my PHP version. What's happening? Warnings about private methods cannot be final. These are due to changes in PHP 8 and 8.1. Yeah, I can change my PHP version. Should these show on the page? No, they should not be shown to users in production. It's a security risk, can leak file paths, code structure, etc. That's what I thought. Makes the proxy look broken. How to fix? Hide errors from browser, log them instead. At the top of your user INI. Fucking hell. Okay. This is I don't have a user INI, do I? Your main PHP file or in user INI. So I think I just put this in my index.php, right? Ini set display errors 0, log errors 1. Okay. So let's do so that's the same as that one. I'd rather have that one at the bottom and then that one, and then that should all be correct. Okay, so now when we get an error, we should at least, let's make sure it's the last version. Okay, let's go back to, this is not what I wanted to do today, you fucking UK government pieces of shit. Thank you for wasting my time, Starmer fucks. Like, I haven't got anything better to do. All I'm trying to do is fucking get my AI image models. Right, now we still have the same error accessing resource. Also, if it's saying it's a PHP 8 thing, we could change it to PHP 7. But here's the thing, right? I don't know. I don't know if that's going to fuck with my custom PHP API for my, like, video game data thing. It probably won't. I could always switch it back, I guess. Okay, so now we should only have the error logs in the error logs. So it didn't spit out any errors, so that's a good sign. But it didn't say that this updated. This should be the web server version. So let's just clear the log out. Try to go to the thing. It says error. I don't trust this at all. Fuck you. Show it to me. Yeah, now our error logs just show this. Okay. Let's go back to the AI response as well. Okay, that's fine. It's not spitting out errors anymore. Update PHP proxy app if possible. Check if there's a newer version. If not, the proxy should still work, but you'll see these warnings unless you suppress them. Yeah, but it's not working. It's giving me a 500 internal server error, you fucking dipshit. No, I mean, I downloaded it directly off the website, right? So it should be, and it's also like a pre-installed version or whatever the fuck for like shared hosting platforms. I love how the one page PHP script proxy that we first made got me onto this site, but it just didn't look right. And this fucking thing that's supposed to be all singing, all dancing, custom built PHP proxy fucking whatever on GitHub doesn't even load the fucking page. Like, give me a fucking break. Seriously? Yeah, I have the latest version, so the only place to go from here, I think, well, I don't know, because like Jibbity's being a bit fucking vague. I can change my PHP version, but there's a concerned that it might break. I can go down to 8.1. I bet it doesn't fucking change it, goddamn thing. Okay, we're now on PHP 8.1 apparently. It still says error accessing resource 500 internal server error. Oh boy. So that, if that didn't fix it, then put it back. Put it back to the recommended. Because if it didn't fucking fix anything, then we only... The only thing that might happen as a result of that is we break even more things. Okay, so we're still getting 500 internal server error. Let me empty my logs. Right, logs are now empty. Let's trigger the error. Now let's load the logs. Fucking Notepad++ is supposed to update that by itself, but it's not. Okay. So let's go back to Jibbity. I tried rolling back to earliest PHP, but the errors still show. I'm using the latest version of PHP proxy. I still get internal server error 500 and no page loads. Logs. Okay. Fucking GBT, sometimes I do fucking wonder about you. Thank you for the detail log. The log only shows warnings and deprecation notices. These should not cause a 500 error by themselves. A 500 error means something more serious is happening, but the actual fatal error is not being logged, possibly due to error reporting, settings, or server restrictions. What's going on? The warnings and deprecations are annoying but not fatal. The real cause of the 500 error is likely not being logged or being hidden by your host's configuration. On Iona's shared hosting, sometimes fatal errors are not shown in your custom log, especially if display errors is off and log errors is restricted. Round and round we go. Display errors again, it says. Then try it in the browser. But I already pasted, I don't think this is going to do any good because I already pasted the errors the first time that were in the web browser. And it sounds like you're saying none of those are fatal errors or whatever the fuck. So now when I refresh, when I refresh, it's not though, is it? That's not the home page. It's still trying to do this query thing. Are we sure it's not just like the API key is not being passed or something? Like, because I set an API key, but then we don't actually use it anywhere right now. So the home page doesn't display that error, but when we try to go here, it displays that. And these are the same errors as what was in the log, right? We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we get the same errors when displaying errors as we do in the logs. The only other thing that we might be able, that might give us a clue, is if something like in this access log, the latest access log would be this one. Oh, these are people trying to hack me. They think I've got a WordPress site. I was like, wait, I don't have a WordPress site. These are all GET requests. These are all bots, by the way, trying to scrape my site and hack it. But we don't have WordPress. It's all custom, baby. You wouldn't know how to hack my site. Even I don't know how to hack my own site. Yeah, this is all like WordPress folders and stuff. But wait, okay, so those are from the 30th of August. This has all happened today. Jesus Christ. I was getting slammed. Okay, so these are all related to proxy. Jesus, there's quite a lot. Right, because I don't know how much of this is relevant, let me just delete all of these logs, I think. I could back them up, I guess. Let's do this. I mean, I don't think I need those. Let's back up the old log and empty this one. Right. Because I don't know how much of those logs are related to to one single request, right? That could be like 15 attempted requests, and we don't want to flood Jipity with unnecessary repeated errors. Upload failed, permission denied. Okay, so we're not allowed to empty our own fucking logs. Amazing. Fuck this. This is such a pain in the fucking ass. Like, we need better fucking web tools than this. This is fucking such arse. I get that, like, a lot of this is a game of cat and mouse as well. Like, you can't be too... You know what I mean? Like, you've got to have some security online because, you know, it's exposed to the world and all that stuff. But at the same time, like, fucking hell, like, why? I don't know, like, why can't I update my error logs from my own fucking SFTP with, like, full access? Like, it's clearly me. Like, because I don't know where this starts. It's all just fucking vomited lines of bullshit. So I don't want to give GPT something that's not helpful. Maybe it's Firefox that's the issue. I don't know. I don't even see a good fucking timestamp on here. Right, there's the timestamp. It's 1549. Well, that's in the future. What server time am I on? Oh my god, 1549. So let's just get the 1549 ones then, because the other one's 1547. So this is probably all one request here, I would think. Fucking hell. Okay. I do see these in my access logs. The displayed error logs are the exact same as the ones in PHP logs. Okay. Thank you for sharing both your access and error logs. Here's what we know. Access logs, all requests are returning HTTP 200 success, not 500. This means the server is not actually sending a 500 error to the browser, at least for these requests. The post request returns 302 redirect, which is normal for form submissions. Error logs, only warnings and deprecations. So why do you see a 500 error in the browser? Probably because PHP fucking proxy, which is the thing that you said I should use, is a pile of fucking shit and it doesn't work. How about that? That's error handling. Some hosts treat any PHP warning as a 500 error or suppress output if there are warnings. Yeah, but like that doesn't make any sense, right? Well, think about what you're saying, GPT. You're saying there's no internal server problem at the internal server level. You're also saying the errors that are in PHP error logs are only warnings and wouldn't cause a 500 server error. Now you're trying to gaslight me and say, oh, well, maybe just because they're errors anyway, some hosts may treat these as an internal server error. But if that was the case, I'd still get the fucking website diversion, right? I would still get the result of the web page that I'm trying to divert to, which I don't get. So doesn't that prove that it actually is a 500 internal server error and not just a, oh, we think this might be an error? Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Unless you're saying that they make a 500 server error out of even that would be the stupidest thing ever. Ooh, let's take the most, like, let's just take the most lukewarm error warnings of any web server protocol and just insta server 500 the entire request. Yeah, that would go down well. Half the fucking websites in the world wouldn't work. Like, what are you talking about? It's just like the lack of logic is just insane. It's just like, what are you talking about? Make sure there's no white space or output before the opening PHP tag in your PHP files. Even a blank line can cause header issues. You're allowed blank lines though. Yeah, I don't fucking know. The thing just doesn't fucking work as far as I can see. It just doesn't fucking work. I mean, what more do you want? Like, we installed it. We configured it. We did everything correctly. I mean, it might work on other sites, but this is the site I'm trying to access right now. So, like, I don't fucking go to Pornhub or whatever. So, like, I don't give a shit if it works for Pornhub because I'm never going to use it. Like, so it makes sense to make... I need something that will let me go to places I actually want to go to that are actually restricted, such as the AI models thing. So, like, even if it does work for other sites, but it's not working for this one, well, then the thing is useless to me. Because this is the first time I've ever been blocked from visiting a fucking website because of the Child Safety Act. So I want a solution that will work for a site I'm actually going to use and visit, like this one. So I think it's what now that it's saying, oh, check to make sure there's no white space at the start of your HTML file. Now we know that it's like clutching at straws. It doesn't fucking know, basically. It doesn't know. It doesn't know.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? You know what the loudest pet you can get is? A trumpet.
I am curious if it would work for another site though. There is no definitive public list of every single banned site in the UK. But many sites, particularly those hosting illegal content. There's no illegal content on Civet AI, you fucking prick. Yeah, this could go badly for me. Yeah, I don't want I don't want a list of all illegal websites that have been blocked in the UK. Like I don't want fucking, I don't know, buggeryourhorse.com or whatever the fuck. Right? I just want to see if this thing's working at all. Yeah, I don't want child sex abuse, thank you very much. Jesus Christ. This is such a bullshit article that's just like clearly paid for by the government. Oh, this is all for everybody's own good. It protects children. No, it doesn't. How does blocking Civet AI protect children? Where is the government protecting our children against these fucking illegals coming in and raping them? Where are they then? Fuck off. Okay, sites blocking the UK due to Online Safety Act. Shut up. Wales Online. Probably written by fucking AI. Wales AI Online, more like. Ten examples of absurd fallout from UK Online Safety Act. Historic art off limits. Scan your face to stream music. A thread about things being blocked has been blocked. Yeah. It's to protect children. Sure it is. Nice. Lovely. Thank you for that. So nobody has a fucking list of sites that are now blocking or asking for fucking ID. Well, that's fucking dumb. Well, like I say, if it's not going to let me into the one site that's blocked me so far, then it's fucking useless anyway. But I was kind of just curious if it was working for another one. But I need another test subject. And I don't want to go to fucking, you know, some fucking illegal site that should be blocked. I want to, like, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to access the resources I normally access that now this stupid fucking act is going to try and fucking block me from using. But until I find these sites and come across them, right, like this is the first time I've ever tried to get a new AI model for image generation since the fucking act came into place. So that's why I've only just discovered that this site is affected. This is so fucking stupid. It really is. I can't believe I'm alive in such a fucking retarded fucking time frame. It's so ridiculous. It's so insane. Google fucking sucks as well. Let me go on to DuckDuckGo. Google's not even a fucking search engine anymore now. Right, site has blocked the UK due to Online Safety Act. It's not just Civet AI that's done this. See, straight away, DuckDuckGo actually gives me a fucking website that's about this entire situation that Google's like, can I sell you a sock? I didn't need to make sure none of these are dodgy sites. Red Passion. The hamster forum sounds. Dads with kids. Single dads and divorced dads seek help with seeing their children after separation. Are you fucking kidding me? Why are you... See, how is this protecting children? Go! Someone protect that child! His dad wants to see him! His dad wants to see him and his mother said no, so block that site. Block it! Protect that child from his father! Jesus Christ. It's fucking disgusting, it is. It's just an attempt to control. It's so pathetic. Gaming on Linux. This is a site I would maybe... Well, I'm not blocked. I'm not blocked on here. Fake news? I mean, they've got a forum post about it here, apparently. Maybe they changed their mind. Yeah, don't get bullied by these fucking retards. They deleted the page. Good. Looks like they changed their mind on that. Good. Yeah, why should you fucking kowtow to this shit? It's ridiculous. General error. MySQL error. The Green Living Forum. I mean, unless this is what happens now because they're blocking us. I don't know. What happens if I go here? Service unavailable. Yeah, this thing doesn't work. It's fucking... It's shite. It doesn't work. I am getting more and more frustrated as time goes on, so I think I'm just going to end the stream here. I know that this is some fucking rabbit hole, because this is just what I'm like. I hate people trying to fucking control me when I'm not doing anything wrong, right? I'm trying to download a fucking image model on a fucking image website. Fuck you, right?
You better off used your VPN.
Yeah, well, I could do that, but like I want a solution for when I'm streaming, right? So like today, right? It's even if I use a VPN, right? Which obviously I could do. That's not a solution for when I'm live streaming and I'm trying to teach things or whatever, right? I'm trying to show you my work in progress or whatever. So I don't necessarily want to have to end the stream just to like download an AI model. So I'm still gonna want to create something. I'll solve it. I like solving problems, but what I don't like is arseholes creating problems that don't need to exist in the first place just because they're arseholes, and that's what this whole thing is. So I'm extremely angry about it because it's ridiculous. But you know, I'm a problem solver, so I'll have a solution in place eventually, but I just don't think it's going to be a fun solution to stream, and I'm just getting more annoyed by this. So now it's less about me getting that specific model. Now it's like personal, and I feel like, okay, I need to solve this, because like, you know, I'm not going to get fucking told what I can and can't access. You're not getting my fucking ID to download AI models. So no, fuck you. I won't let you. I won't let you win. So I will solve this problem, but it's obviously now this is going to cost me a day, maybe a couple of days of my fucking life, when I could have been getting on with my game or whatever. You know what I mean? So fuck you, UK government. You ain't protecting shit, and you know it. And I'm just so fucking angry right now. So I'll take a look at this offline or whatever, off stream. But yeah, so like now I'm less. I don't even really care about that specific model. I mean, yeah, do still want to get that model, and I could just get that model like you say via VPN. But now it's like, well, this is a bigger problem, right? This is a bigger problem that I don't ever want to be stopped ever again from just getting my AI models or whatever it is I'm trying to get. Because I know I'm not going to fucking dodgy websites that should be blocked in the first place, and I know I shouldn't have to fucking submit my ID to access those sites. And I also know that it's not protecting kids, and it's not protecting anybody. It's putting everybody more at risk, because people will find ways around these things, and some of those ways around these things are more dangerous than a trusted IP, right? A trusted ISP. So it's like that thing I showed you there, right? There was a website that was getting me to log into these sites where you're submitting like Google credentials and stuff like that. And the people running those proxies can see all that stuff. So more people are going to get doxxed. More people are going to get fucking ID theft. More people are going to get fraud. It just creates bigger problems. They're actually retarded. They really are. And for the NPCs who do upload their ID to this thing, I don't know why you would want their ID anyway, because they're clearly NPCs, right? They're not problem solvers. But you know, whatever. Enjoy those IDs, I guess. But even those guys are at risk, right? Because your stuff's only as secure as like the weakest, you know, part of a system. So, and these ID things, you know, these third-party sites get hacked and fucking doxed all the fucking time. So as soon as one of these ID verification fucking places gets hacked, that's it. It's over. Everyone gets doxed. So it's just ridiculous. Like I say, nobody benefits from it. Everybody is worse off. This hasn't helped anybody. And it's just the most pathetic, retarded attempt at gaining control that I've ever seen. But why would I not be surprised with the current government, looking at what else it does? It is the most incompetent, retarded fucking... My God. Words cannot even describe it. It's unthinkable. I can't believe any of this is real. It's that stupid. But here we are. Anyway, welcome to Orwellian fucking 1984. So yeah, it is what it is, I guess. That's just ridiculous. But yeah, when I find a solution, I might share it as well, so that other people can benefit from it. But who knows? Who knows if that will eventually get blocked at some point. But they can't block everybody. It's like, that's why I think this flag thing is really good, right? Like the flags and stuff like that. Like if everybody actually fucking stands up and, you know, says, no, fuck you, you're not silencing me. They can't fucking stop everybody. At a certain point, they have to realize, oh shit, you know. If you're in charge of a country, that means you're in charge of the people of that country, right? A country isn't a fucking... It's not just an item like a product or whatever, right? It's actually a collection of people. And if those people, right, that you're trying to control don't agree with your anything that you're doing, then what do you think's going to happen? Yeah. It's not looking good for the UK. It really isn't. It's really not good to be British right now. It's fucking embarrassing. Right, I'll leave it there. I'll catch you next time. Bye.